Something big is about to happen in China. President Trump and NATO have openly confirmed that a civil conflict is brewing inside the Chinese Communist Party's own military. According to internal CIA intelligence, Zhang Yuxia, one of China's most powerful generals and second only to Xi Jinping himself, has been detained over allegations that he leaked China's nuclear weapons intelligence to the United States. But that is not all. Zhang is also accused of plotting to overthrow Xi Jinping and the Communist Party in order to seize power for himself. The twist is this: the generals under Zhang's command are openly defying Xi's decision. They have made their position clear. If Xi does not release Zhang Yuxia, they are prepared to break away from China entirely and fight to the very end. Meanwhile, the United States has confirmed imminent changes to its military deployment across the Indo-Pacific. The truth is, Washington sees an opportunity, and it intends to exploit the chaos. In fact, this could be a once-in-a-century moment for the United States, a historic chance to finally cripple its greatest rival while the system fractures from within. Right now, the Chinese Communist Party is in complete chaos, and at this point, anything can happen.
And don't worry, guys, we'll get more into that later, but we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump engagement with the press, the situation going on in Iran, and of course, more on the Epstein files. So let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it. Oh, and one more topic, too, the coping that the Republicans are doing in Texas right now. So, yeah, let's get right into it.
A big day. One of our great people, Dan, Aaron, they're getting married. That's a big day. Very loyal, very fantastic people.
Sir, on Iran, the Supreme Leader today said that U.S. attack could spark a regional war. Giving you response to that?
Why wouldn't he say that? Of course he would say that, but we have the biggest, most powerful ships in the world over there, very close, a couple of days, and hopefully we'll make a deal. If we don't make a deal, then we'll find out whether or not he was right.
Remember, the deal is, look, you got to get rid of your enriched uranium, and I'm not sure if the missiles is thrown in there or not, because remember, they also want them to get rid of their missile defense system, which would leave Iran defenseless pretty much. And that's what they wanted from them. That's the reason why we struck them, is because it wasn't just for their enriched uranium, but also the missile defense system. And Iran, it seems to be like a no-go when it comes to their missiles, but they are willing to give up the enriched uranium. So we'll see where this goes. We'll see if they can meet in the middle and let go of the United States will let them have their missiles, but they got to get rid of the uranium, or will they just, stand 10 toes and be like, look, get rid of both or we're striking you.
Texas, a Democrat won the special election in an area that you had won by 17 points. What is your reaction to that?
I don't know. I didn't hear about it. Somebody ran where?
In Texas, a special election for legislative
the 9th state Senate seat.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race. You mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen.
Does it worry you about
Yeah, but it was pretty humiliating. And actually, it was humiliating about it is the tactics that the Republicans use. All right. So let me go ahead and bring this up for you guys. This is what happened. Now, some people are trying to say, oh, the election was stolen and all this wild stuff. But no, not really. You guys split the ballot. Guys, check this out. They split the ballot. They literally put two Republicans on the same ballot. And then it split the vote. So let's say my man John Huffman wasn't there. Then she would have 62,000 votes, thus winning the Senate seat. But now we got to wait to November to get this Senate seat back now that John Huffman knows he has no chance of winning. But apparently the Republicans took the risk on splitting the vote. They felt that confident, and this is what happened. So that's why they lost. It's not because Democrats are just so popular. It's because the Republicans in Texas were just that effing stupid. And I'm sorry I got to criticize my own party like that because, well, I'm going to be real with you. That was pretty stupid. Like, why? Yeah, I didn't have to low-key shoot yourselves in the foot like that, but you did. So, yeah, this is the main reason why, what was it? It was the Texas 18th District Senate Seat 9. This is why it turned out like that, guys. It's not because of ICE, the way, the Dems are going to try to spin it. It's mainly because these guys were dumb enough to run, well, as you see, they were dumb enough to run two Republicans on the same ticket. And they got too cocky. I mean, let's admit it. They got way too cocky and they lost. And they deserve to lose if they thought, like, yeah, we're just going to split the vote and somehow still win. It is what it is. I mean, look, here's the cope right here. Let's get on to the full-on cope of it because it was crazy.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race. You mean I won by 17 and this person lost?
What the heck?
Things like that happen. I'm not on the ballot, so you don't know whether or not it's transferable. But you know, you put the Democrats in, you'll end up with open borders again. You'll end up with crime all over the place.
President Trump warning Republicans after a Texas Democrat flips a state Senate district blue for the first time in more than 30 years. Here with what this means for the...
I know, because in the first time in 3 years, these dudes thought it was smarter to run two Republicans on the same ballot, thus splitting the vote. I mean, y'all couldn't, like, I don't know, come to a middle ground and be like, yeah, well, obviously this lady's more popular, so let's not split the vote here. But yes, there was a third person in this, and they decided to split the vote between the Republicans, and I have no idea why, but this is why they lost. Idiots.
You don't know whether or not it's transferable. You know, I'm not on the ballot, so you don't know whether or not it's transferable. But, you know, you put the Democrats in, you'll end up with open borders again. You'll end up with crime all over the place. We have no crime anymore. And, I mean, think of it. The country is the lowest crime it's had in 125 years. In recorded history, the year 1900. That's a long time ago. So it's very good. No, I don't know anything about it. I didn't know. I mean, I know there's a race going there, and it's too bad. What can I say? I have nothing to do with it. Yeah. Sir, what do you want out of a Cuba deal?
I mean, yeah, like I said, some Republicans were trying to say, oh, election fraud. No. It was just a stupid strategy to try to run two Republicans on the same ballot, acting like y'all wasn't about to split the vote. Like, y'all risked it. And I mean, y'all got too cocky.
Well, Cuba's a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up. So we're talking to the people from Cuba, the highest people in Cuba. Let's see what happens. I want the people that came here that were horribly treated by Cuba to be taken care of, to be able to go back and do what they have to do. You know, they have their family there. They haven't been able to see them in years, many, many years. So I think we're going to make a deal with Cuba.
Yeah, we're going to make a deal with Cuba because not only did we cut off their oil from Venezuela, but we got Mexico to cut their oil off from sending their oil to Cuba as well. And these people were already going through a fuel crisis. So now that we got two of their biggest suppliers cutting them off, I mean, they really have no choice but to make a deal. And I'm going to be honest with you, when it comes to Venezuela, I mean, it's ours now. Like it or not, Venezuela is ours now.
It's in bad shape. Cuba's in bad shape. Cuba has a humanitarian problem.
Do you have any plans to endorse in that Senate race? Has your mind
Which
changed
Senate
at all?
race?
In Texas, the GOP
I'm
primary.
giving it very serious thought. You know, my problem is I'm friendly with all of them. Those are the hard ones. I like all of them, all three. But you'll be seeing soon. Okay? They say whoever I endorse wins. That's probably right.
Do you support all federal Border Patrol agents and ICE wearing body cams?
We'll be talking about that in the near future. Okay? But you saw my note that I put out yesterday. That was I think it was pretty conclusive. Look, we stopped crime in our country and the border is the best it's ever been. Thank you very much.
Man, here's the crazy part. Venezuela has completely given over control of their oil to the United States. So mainly be giving it to United States, companies, in the United States. And now we have the biggest oil reserves in the world. I know, right? Like overnight, we have the biggest oil reserves in the world because of what we did in Venezuela. So we'll see what comes of that. But the world has been flipped on its head economic wise. Like, we'll see what happens. But all right, though, let's get over to this, tragic mistake that not the Democrats, but the Republicans made in Texas. The fools.
A Texas Democrat flips a state Senate district blue for the first time in more than 30 years. Here with what this means for the GOP ahead of the midterms, Fox News contributor and former Congressman Jason Chaffetz. Jason, good morning to you. So this is a Fort Worth area Texas state Senate seat which is now blue for the first time since 1992. And the Wall Street Journal puts it this way: how does a Republican lose by 14 points in a safe conservative Texas state Senate seat?
I'll tell you, this is how a Republican loses by 14 points. When they do dumb shit like this. When you sit there and you have two Republicans on the same ballot, that's how you lose by 14 points. Now, take out John Hoffman and of course the other Republicans would have just voted for this lady, and then she'd have won. But for some strange reason, they thought they just had it in the bag, guys. They had nothing to worry about. They were wrong. Like I said, I mean, they were too cocky. They thought it was just a race between Republicans, and they forgot about the Democrat.
That President Trump carried by 17 points in 2024. Answer: when there's a voter backlash against the Trump administration, notably its mass deportation debacle. So do you believe the Wall Street Journal is true, and this could be a warning sign for Republicans come midterms?
No, that's a garbage analysis. If they go back and look at it, what happened in November is you had two Republicans and then you also had a Democrat. Nobody got the majority, so they did a runoff. And then this runoff happens. There's super bad weather there. There are 25,000 less people that get out and vote, and the Democrat squeaks by. It had nothing to do.
So instead of holding yourselves accountable and just saying, I'm gonna be real with you, like, look, like one of them should have stepped down. The most popular one should have stayed in the race, which was the young lady, and the guy, John Huffman or Josh Huffman, whatever his name is, he should have bowed out. Like, bro, hold yourselves accountable. Stop sitting there making excuses like the weather. It's like, are you serious? No. You ran the stupid strategy of running two Republicans on the same ticket when one should have just bowed out. Like, and it didn't really matter who, because, well, the Republican base was going to vote for whoever was on that ticket. So don't sit there and say the weather. Like, come on now. Because you can't say that, especially when you add in the votes from the other guy. She would have definitely won.
With the immigration policy. This is a state Senate race. They don't even get involved and engaged in that. But Republicans have to get out and vote. And they decided, hey, we're not going to do that, albeit the weather. Look, the Democrat won. He spent like $70,000, and the other two Republicans spent like $2.7 million. But Republicans still need to show up. But when you have 25,000 less people show up, guess what happens? Democrats squeeze through. So I think the answer in November will be quite different, because they have to have another race that come November. But still, to suggest it has to do with immigration is just garbage analysis.
Okay, so you're right. This is a Texas.
And guys, like I said, this is not because of ICE. This isn't because Republicans don't like Trump. It's because they split the vote. And like I said, look, the disingenuousness of the left-wing media, I'm gonna be real with you, it knows no bounds. They will not sit here and tell you and just show you the ballot sheet and just be like, look, guys, as you see, this guy John Huffman wanted to stay in the race when he should have just gave up. Those two, basically 19,000 votes would have went over to her. She'd have had 62 and she'd have won. So what that dude's saying on Fox News is complete BS, because it's like, what you mean the weather? I mean, dog, over 62,000 Republicans pulled up, but they had to choose between two Republicans. That's what happened. But for some reason, they don't want to take accountability for that. So it is what it is.
State Senate seat. But let's talk about the House, the Congress in Washington for a moment, because since 1938, the party in control of the White House has lost House seats come midterm election time, all but two midterm elections. So right now, the House is at 218, 214. If Democrats do take back the lower chamber, Jason, what will President Trump's final 2 years in office look like?
It's not fun to have,
This is what you guys also don't understand. This is a special election. So he has to win again in November, which he'll most likely lose, because now the Republicans are going to take that person off. And in November, it's going to go back red. So I know you guys want to celebrate right now, but this is only a temporary. He actually has to campaign now while running his Senate seat, and then once again win in November to extend his position. But guess what? He's going to lose because the Republicans won't make the same mistake by splitting the vote.
Have the White House and then have the other party.
I mean, like I said, look, bro, I don't know if you don't got any math skills or not, but I mean, let's be real. I'm holding my own side accountable, and you guys should be able to, add things up. I mean, I know you want to sit there and fantasize about a blue wave, but that's not what happened here. We had more Republicans that came out and voted. Like, there was 62,000 Republicans compared to the 56 Democrats. I mean, basically, yes, the Republican would have won if they didn't split the vote. So there is no blue wave. Now I'm be real with you. There'd be a blue wave if this guy wasn't there. Then sure, I'll give you that. But no, this only happened because they split the vote. I mean, you can sit there and fantasize as much as you want, but that's just not the reality.
Controlling Congress, it's not where you want to be. And look, Republicans and Democrats, they're out there raising money, but if Republicans want to stay in charge, they have to actually get out and vote, and then they need to do what they said they were going to do. If Republicans will just do basic things like pass the SAVE Act and get rid of the zombie filibuster, the things that Senator Mike Lee is championing, those types of things, then they're going to be fine. But they're going to get ticked off and not show up to vote if they don't follow President Trump's lead and they don't do Republican things that they campaigned on last election.
So we are right now in the midst of a partial government shutdown. We say partial, but it's a big part. Yeah. It's 78% of the government, including some of our most important government agencies. There's going to be a blame game. Republicans are going to blame Democrats and vice versa. Mm-hmm. Do you think that happening right now could impact the midterm elections?
Yeah, it depends how long it goes on. I tend to think that Schumer, I would hope, would have learned his lesson last time. It's really up to Democrats. Republicans can get it close, but if they can't pass these other hurdles, then Democrats are going to have to go back and explain yet again why they thought it was better to shut down the government than keeping it open. It really is a Chuck Schumer question. It
certainly is. And Mike Johnson is saying, oh my goodness, here we go again. And he's predicting the government to reopen tomorrow. So we'll be watching. Jason, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And what Bill was just referring to, guys, was this congressional race, this House seat in Texas. It was a Democrat seat, and then 2 Democrats were running for that seat. So non-controversial, although it does fill another Democrat spot, makes things even tighter for Republicans in Congress. But there is a state Senate race in Texas that just flipped from red to blue for the very first time since 1992. And there's a lot.
But all right, now let's see what the Dems are saying. Let's see what they're talking about. Oh, guys, I meant to make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. But let's keep it going.
Ron DeSantis. This morning, there are Republicans across the country who are nervous. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis put this on Twitter. He said, special elections are quirky and not necessarily projectable, a general election. That said, a swing of this magnitude is not something that can be dismissed. Republicans should be clear-eyed about the political environment heading into the midterm. What?
Honestly, no, they should have better political strategy. Like, that was retarded. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, the Republicans in Texas, I don't know, like, what group chat y'all in, or like, I don't know what y'all said at the round table dinner, but this was dumb. Like, why did y'all split the vote? And then y'all want to sit here and make excuses like, oh, well, we need to do this. It was the weather. This guy literally said, oh, the weather in Texas is the problem. Well, like I said, I'm going to keep showing y'all this because it reins in my point. It wasn't the weather, bro. Over 62,000 Republicans came out to vote, but they had to choose between 2 Republicans. When the Dems came out to vote, they just had one choice. Maybe if the Dems were splitting the vote, we might have different results here. But no, they had one choice and they chose. For some reason, you gave the Republicans 2. I have no idea why y'all thought that was a good strategy at all, but look where it got you.
Is he talking about what has him and other Republicans so worried? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here, and this is all about a special election for a Texas state Senate seat around Fort Worth.
That's exactly right. Texas 9, because what happened in Texas 9, it didn't just swing to the left, it took a rocket ship to the left. My goodness gracious, the Texas 9 Senate district election marches. This was a district that Donald Trump...
You see how disingenuously they're covering this? They're making it seem like, look, they're making it seem like this guy don't even exist. They're making it. And look, the Republicans, they don't even want to admit their mistake. They're so embarrassed of their mistake that they don't even want to admit that this guy, John Huffman, exists right now. Because you see, when I showed it on Fox News, all they showed was this lady here and the guy, the Democrat. So it goes to show that, yeah, they're playing on the Dems. They're playing on the Republicans' mistake because they don't want to admit that they split the vote and got their ass whooped because of that. But guess what? Neither will the Dems sit here. They'll sit here and pretend like, oh, no, this is a blue wave when it's not. Because more Republicans actually came out to vote than Democrats. And if they didn't have to split the vote, then, of course, the Republican would have won. It's right there in the numbers. It's about as easy as that. So, no, guys, no blue wave.
Won by 17 points in 2024. The Democratic candidate in the special election on Saturday, won it by 14 points. That's an over 30-point shift to the left. Any Republican, unlike Ron DeSantis, who doesn't take this seriously, they should realize that this is very perilous. They ignore this result at their own peril. Ron DeSantis is right to say, hey, special elections can be quirky, but this ain't no quirk.
Congressman Pete Sessions from Texas.
So y'all not go mention the third guy in there to why it was such a 30-point shift because the vote was split up. Like, you're not gonna mention that whatsoever. This is why we got independent media guys like me, because they won't tell you the truth.
He told me, he said, no Democrat should ever win in North Texas like this. Although he also said, there was an ice storm, 31 points. That's not an ice storm.
No, that ain't no ice storm. If you ignore this, you're going to ice yourself out of a majority come the midterm.
Yeah. All right, when we look at these special elections, and this is something you and I talk about a lot and look at very closely in between the federal elections, what can they tell us?
Okay, so, you see this 31-point shift to the left, right? If this were just one election, that would be one thing. But it's the slew of special elections that together paint a picture, and it's a picture that Democrats should love and a picture that Republicans should be really worried about. Because what are we talking about here? Okay, the average 2025, 26 special election, Democrats are doing, get this, 12 points better. 12 points better than Kamala Harris did in 2024. That was a state special election that happened in Texas on Saturday. If you look at the federal special elections, this 12 points is actually north of 15 points on average. I was looking back through the history books. This looks a whole heck of a lot like what we saw during the 2017-2018 cycle, where you saw these Democrats outperforming how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And what did it forecast? It forecast a net gain of 40 seats for Democrats. And I remember back in Pennsylvania, remember there was that Southwestern, that was a congressional special election seat, but that was one in which the Democratic candidate was able to actually win a deeply red Republican district. And that, of course, foretold big Democratic gains come 2018.
Foretells how? I mean, how frequently do these?
No, actually, y'all guys are going to be truly hurt. You guys are going to be truly hurt when it comes November and that place goes right back red, because they're going to take John Hoffman off the ballot and it's only going to be that Republican and that Democrat. And how did that election look again? Oh, yes. 62,000 people voted for Republican, but they split the vote between two candidates, and about 54,000 voted for which Democrat. I'm sorry, guys, that's not a blue wave. Sorry, it's just an idiotic strategy. Honestly, I don't know why they did it, but it was a pretty dumb strategy employed by the Republicans in Texas. Not sure why they did it. I couldn't tell you why, but hey, they decided that was the best choice of action. Maybe they got a bit too cocky, but here we are.
Special elections foretell what happens in the midterms.
Okay, so you see this 12-point overperformance. You see this 31-point overperformance. But that don't mean nothing if it ain't forecastable to the midterm elections. So what are we looking at here? Well, take a look at special elections since all the way back in the 2005-2006 cycle. 5 out of 5 times the party that outperforms in the special elections goes on to win the U.S. House of Representatives. And this, of course, all paints a picture, right? Texas 9, the special elections, the history of special elections, in which Democrats look like they're in the catbird seat to take back the U.S. House come 2026 November.
Which is why Ron DeSantis and others are nervous this morning.
2026 November, I'm sorry, but it's going to flip back red in the special election, because this mistake right here won't do it. Yeah, and then shout out to this guy, because if there were not two Republicans seated, yeah, the Republican seat wouldn't change. The seat is only held until December, but in the next general election, it will stay Republican. Why? Because this dumbass mistake won't be made again. I mean, to be quite honest, yes, the Republicans literally thought that they could just ignore the Dem and just be like, look, man, it's just going to be between us. We'll win it regardless. This has been a red district for so long. We have nothing to worry about. Well, here's the problem. It's like I said, if you add these two up, that's about 62,000 people that voted compared to the 56,000. So what does that tell you? That no, there is no blue wave, because guess what? There isn't, that more Dems did not come out to vote than Republicans. Like I said though, but hey, the way CNN's gonna spin it, they're gonna make it feel like there's a red wave happening, but no. But I'm gonna be honest with you, can Trump beat the curse of the midterms, which pretty much says that there's a Republican, then the Dems are gonna win the midterms, and if there's the Dems in office, then the Republicans are gonna win the midterm. Can he beat that curse? We'll see. But right now, if the Republicans keep on doing dumbass strategies like that, it's not looking pretty good for us.
They should be. Thank you very much.
Boy, Trump be going to jail.
Hare, will you put your first slide back up as I bring in?
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says the Republicans altogether are up 17 points across the nation. Yes, but you see how they're pointing out this point spot right here, though. And yeah, they're right. They're right about the numbers. They are. They're not lying to you about the numbers, but they're not telling you the whole story of what's happening on how they pretty much split the vote with the Republicans. Like, they're not telling you the whole story. And why? Because, well, be honest with you, Fox News is not even being real about it. Because I think, I'll be wrong, they seem to be a bit embarrassed. I would see the Republican Party being a bit embarrassed, seeing that this is such an obvious mistake that you shouldn't make. And I think we criticized the Dems for doing this once before, but it is what it is.
The Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington to talk more about
this.
Who's
grilling them for doing this in New York?
Gentlemen, Congressman, thank you so much for being here. That what Harry and John were just talking about, this 31-point shift in a special election, a state Senate seat in Texas. You see that and you think what?
I think Republicans are in trouble, and we've got a real opportunity in the elections coming up this year. It becomes very clear Donald Trump's policies are doing great damage to this country, and the Republican Party is going along with every single one of them, whether you're talking about health care cuts, the tariffs, ICE terrorizing the people of Minneapolis and across the country, the president, doing things like, shutting down the Kennedy Center and tearing down the White House, acting more like a monarch than a democratically elected president. All of that has made Trump incredibly unpopular, number one.
No, like I said, it's just complete lies. It's complete lies. Like, oh, it's making Trump incredibly unpopular, and it's not. I'm sorry, but no, we don't got TDS like you guys. And no, we're not dissuaded by what's been going on in Minneapolis. We understand that that's the protesters turning obstructionists, getting themselves hurt. Like, we understand that. We wish it wouldn't happen, but we understand what's going on here. We're not dumb like y'all want us to be. But here's the problem. The Republicans employed a very dumb strategy that they don't want to hold themselves accountable for. We just heard the guy on Fox News talk about the weather. I'm just like, bro, no, it wasn't about the weather. It was just a really dumb strategy. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get off this for a little bit. I guess we're going to go ahead and get into the Epstein files. Might as well, because, yeah, that boy Prince Andrew done cooked himself. And if you don't believe me, man, check this out.
Bro, not Prince Andrew is so cooked after this latest drop, and we'll get to this disturbing image in a second. Things are so bad for this guy right now that the UK's own Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is now saying that Andrew should go to the US and testify in front of their Congress over his dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. That is wild. Now, the most unsettling new information is these 3 pictures of the former prince kneeling over a young girl laying on the floor. Now, we don't know the context. We don't know whether she's conscious at the time. However, one picture does show her with her hand up, so she probably was. cameras. There's also some table-looking thing in the back which has towels on it and some man's feet sitting in a leopard print chair. And there are also emails to be aware of that are going viral showing someone named Brian Miller with USANYS, which stands for the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York, claiming that Prince Andrew was an accessory to a girl's gruesome death. However, an important detail to note that a lot of these viral posts are missing out is that a few weeks later, there are more emails that show that these people were sent a CD, and an official said it appears to us to be materials from a crazy person and, as such, does not need to be produced. Andrew himself has always and still does deny any wrongdoing. But moving on to the next names, see you there in a sec.
But all right, though, let's see what BBC got to say about it.
Pictures appearing to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor crouched over an unidentified woman are featured in the latest disclosure of files linked to the late American sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man, Jay. He's like, don't end up like Virginia, vote red in the midterms. Yeah, because we're not going to feel sorry for you when you're complaining about affordability, and then we look into it and we see that, you know, your governor done raised your taxes. I'm sorry, we're not going to feel bad for you. We're not going to feel bad for you if that person in your district raised sale taxes. We're not going to feel bad for you. I'm sorry. It's just going to have to be on y'all. Y'all wanted to vote blue because of the F Trump agenda. Trust me, because it's not about affordability. It's not about affordability. I'll tell you that right now. It's really just about F Trump with most of you guys.
Epstein. The images are among more than 3 million documents published by the Trump administration. It's not known where they were taken. Mr. Mountbatten Windsor has been asked for comment, but he hasn't responded. He's previously denied any wrongdoing. The US Justice Department said this was the final batch of material that would be published. John Sudworth has the details.
In and amongst the more than 180,000 images released are these pictures showing the then Prince Andrew kneeling over and touching a female whose identity has been hidden. There's no context, location, or date provided. Andrew has always denied any criminal wrongdoing, but this latest batch of files once again contains items raising serious questions of judgment, not least an email exchange from 2010, long after his close friend Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of sexual offences involving children, suggesting he meet with a 26-year-old Russian woman in London who he might enjoy having dinner with. Andrew replies he would be delighted to see her and adds, will she be bringing a message from you? Please give her my contact details to get in touch. Epstein writes back, she's 26, Russian, clever and beautiful, and yes, she has your email.
We will continue.
Wow.
The new files also contain further revelations about Peter Mandelson, who last year lost his job as British ambassador to Washington after it became clear his friendship with Epstein had been deeper than previously known. They include the claim that the sex offender sent Lord Mandelson's then partner, now husband, Ronaldo Avila da Silva, £10,000 to cover the cost of an osteopathy course. Lord Mandelson has described his friendship as a most terrible mistake and says he wasn't aware of Epstein's crimes. There's little, though, to pose a real threat to President Trump, apart from some unsubstantiated allegations which the FBI had already ruled out, nor, his administration says, anything to prove a wider conspiracy. But with so many documents withheld or redacted, Jeffrey Epstein's victims do not believe they've yet been given the whole truth.
When the president signed the bill in November, it was to release all the files. All the files need to be released. They haven't been released. So that's what closure looks like. That's what justice looks like, whether anyone's prosecuted or not. Get the full information out there so the public, the survivors, and everyone can really know what's going on.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of confusion around the Epstein files. Now, I ain't gonna lie, these pictures of Andrew is pretty damning at this point. It's like, bro, you're on your knees. There's a little girl in front of you. I mean, I don't even know how you can explain this. So you might just want to go to America and face that jail time. Like, honestly. But for other guys, like what was going on with Elon, how he's mentioned, Trump, how he's mentioned, these are all stories that's honestly never been corroborated or anything like that. And we're going to see what comes of it. I mean, trust me, there's a lot of people mentioned in the Epstein files. A lot. Like, well, 5 rows of hedge fund billionaires. I mean, sheiks, presidents, movie stars, like celebrities, all that good stuff. It's pretty crazy. Like, check this
There are
out.
so many allegations made against Trump and many others in these new Epstein files, so the best way to go through them is person by person. Part 1, Donald Trump. Now, his name does come up a lot, to be more precise, over 1,000 times. In fact, the guy who just produced Melania Trump's new documentary, Brett Ratner, he was actually seen in the files as well, hugging a young girl next to Epstein. Now, just so you know, most of the Trump mentions in these files, there's no allegations of wrongdoing, and they're more like things from news articles that Epstein was referencing in his emails to other people. However, there is one document in particular that has raised a lot of concern online. So last year, the FBI compiled a list of allegations that were made against Trump that they received in 2020 from a tip line that they set up, allowing anyone from the public to phone in and report a crime. And here we see a lot of disturbing allegations against Trump. One of the complaints details a woman who says that she was R-word, I can't say it on here, by Trump when she was just 13 years old. One of the complaints also alleged that Trump and Epstein held, quote, calendar girl parties at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump would auction off young girls and do horrific things to them. A different complaint alleges that Trump's golf course in California was the center of a trafficking ring between 95 and 96, and that some of the girls went missing and were allegedly buried at the facility. The files also include an FBI interview with one of Epstein's victims who stated that Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, once presented her to Trump at a party, and then apparently Ghislaine making it very clear to Trump that this girl was available, with Ghislaine allegedly telling the girl, oh, I think he likes you, aren't you lucky, this is great. Now, there are a lot of tips that the FBI received, most of which are so graphic, I can't even repeat them on here. But here's the thing, in the documents themselves, the FBI say that none of these allegations can be substantiated, and that these claims had no supporting evidence to follow up on further. But ultimately, it's up to you guys to look at the facts and make your own minds up. But next, in part 2, we're talking about Bill Gates.
Man, I mean, way to leave it up to us. So pretty much they just said, F it, guys. I mean, look, for you independent journalists out there, go ahead and do your own research. None of these stories can really be corroborated unless you go out there and do the research. So we'll see, because that's all they're hitting us with. It's like, look, we know people, they came in, they told their story, and we looked around, we didn't find nothing in most of these cases. Or maybe some of them was never followed up on the first place, and they were just tossed to the side. Doesn't really explain too much. It just explained what these victims said in detail, and that's all we're getting. So this is why it's like it left more questions than answer to. Honestly, it left us with more questions, honestly, than it didn't really answer too much. Like, it gave us what we already knew with more questions in between. It's like, bro, what? Like, honestly, I didn't even think Elon was going to get dragged into it. I thought he was a bit too young to get dragged into it, but here he is. Of course, we knew Michael Jackson somehow got dragged into it. I mean, who else is on there that's somewhat of a surprise?
Continuing calls for him to give evidence in America.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, bruh, Epstein Island reminds me of Squid Games. I mean, I'm weak.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has yet to respond to the latest revelations, but he's always strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
John Sudworth there. Well, the documents also include email correspondence between tech billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein. The new emails show that Musk, who's not been accused of any wrongdoing in the case, discussed traveling to Epstein's island on more than one occasion, including a 2012 trip where he asked Epstein what day/night will be the wildest part.
Bruh, I mean, nah, he really cooked himself with that one. He was asking Epstein, all right, so what night's gonna be the wildest parties? I mean, we don't know Elon liked the party, but I mean, did Elon know what type of parties he'd be getting himself into? Did Elon know that there were gonna be little girls at this party? We don't know. That's the problem. But when you're texting Epstein, talk about, like, yo, let me know when the wildest parties start, and you kind of just looking at Elon like Elon, no, bro, no. Oh, man.
Party on your island. There's no evidence that Mr. Musk ever did end up taking a trip to Epstein's island. Writing on X, he says, no one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by detractors to smear my name.
Yeah, no, look, man, I love you, Elon. I really do. But the problem is with what you're saying, is that can you just sit there and kind of, I don't know, give an alibi? Did you go? And if you didn't go, I'm assuming that's what he's saying. I'm just gonna assume that's what he's saying. He's just saying, look, I didn't go, even though I asked him when the wildest parties were. I mean, you want to explain that? Just explain that in context. And that's all we need. We don't need anything else. Just explain what that meant in context. Maybe it was your first time hearing about him. You heard he threw some pretty crazy parties, and you hit him up, and you was like, bro, let me know when the wildest party gonna be. Or I don't know, did you know the whole time? You might want to go ahead and put that in there. I'm just saying. Shout out to my man Monty. He says, remember when I said they were going to do this shit? Notice how none of these can be corroborated? Exactly. They're just going to create more questions, honestly. It's like, But I don't even think Elon knew his ass was going to get dragged into this. Like, who'd have knew? I think Elon even woke up that morning and was like, wait, what? Me? What did I do? And then he sees the emails. He was like, well, damn, I guess I did text him. Mm-hmm. I mean, hey, bro, to 2012, people forget. He meets a lot of people, but I mean, let's be real though. He does need to provide context for that. Like very good context just to clear his name. We got to be fair here. Because boy, if it was Obama to asking that boy a question like that, we'd be like, yeah, bro, full context, please. Now, shout out to PSA. Any and all racist insults, especially those made towards S.E.T, is an automatic permaban. Grow the fuck up and be civil. Hey, I appreciate that, Tove. And shout out to you guys. Appreciate it. Remember, guys, none of these stories can be corroborated. This is all just what victims are saying, which is, I mean, the worst part about it is this is what victims are saying. So it's really hard to sit there and just be like, well, damn, are they lying? Why would they come up with such a crazy, elaborate lie? Like, well, why go this deep into it? Can we know the victims? Now it's almost like we need to know the victims' names so we know if there's any special interest involved. It's getting to that point.
Well, Gloria Allred, a prominent civil rights attorney, represents many of Epstein's victims. She gave her reaction to the latest release of files.
Some of them are completely devastated by the fact that the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, was supposed to and indicated that they were redacting victims' names, the survivors' names. And yet, today, with the release of these more than 3 million files, many of the names of my clients who have been Jane Doe for many, many years were in fact published. And this is devastating to them. And we have to deal with that because, you know, they had little or no trust in the government. Now they have no trust in the government because the government has not earned that trust. And the Assistant Attorney General today, Todd Blanche, in his press conference said that he hopes that the release of the files will bring closure to the victims. This is ridiculous because they have devastated so many of these survivors by publicly releasing their names. At best, it was a sloppy job. At worst, it smacks of a cover-up.
Gloria Allred there. With me is our correspondent, John Sudworth. John, a number of questions from this, but first of all, the administration indicating this is the final batch. Is that likely to be the case?
That's what they're saying, that they have complied with the law, which was that they release all relevant files, except for a few exceptions for legal reasons or to protect the identities of the victims. But they say,
yeah, and here's the thing though, I mean, the way this is going, we might need to know some of the identities of these victims to see if there's special interest involved, because these are some crazy things they're saying that can't really be corroborated, but all we know that somebody did walk in one day and said all this stuff out their mouth. That's all we know.
Okay, next up, Bill Gates, a very interesting one because not only was he named in these Epstein files, but last night he even responded because of how viral these claims have gone. Now, there are 2 emails from 2013, which interestingly were sent from Epstein to himself, not Bill Gates. And the reason for that might be even more interesting than the emails themselves, because it appears these emails might be Epstein writing this email for someone else, for them to send to Bill Gates. I mean, if you look at the first email, it's super long, it has spelling and grammar mistakes, and it's written almost like just a rant. But the second email, which was again sent from Epstein to himself, looks almost like a summarized, cleaner version, and it was written only hours later. Now, neither of the emails were signed off like you usually would do in an email, like from Jeffrey, for example. And the contents of the email don't really match up with it being Epstein. For example, the emails complained about Bill ending their friendship, firing him from a job, and asking for things like 2 years severance, and even talking about an investment contract they had together worth $100 million. But the part that went super viral online is at the end, where it talks about Bill Gates previously asking this person to get him antibiotics so that he could discreetly give it to Melinda, his wife at the time, because he had contracted STDs from, quote, Russian girls. So the even bigger question here is, was Epstein writing this as a draft for someone else? And if so, why would this person ask Epstein specifically to write this? Did Epstein include any information in this? And was this information ever ultimately used as blackmail against Bill Gates? A spokesperson for Gates told the BBC these claims are from a proven, disgruntled liar and are absolutely and completely false. These are all the other names that I'm going to be covering in today's video, so make sure you follow so you don't miss them.
And you see what I'm talking about? That slippery slope of where, well, now we might have to actually know who these victims are, if there's any special interests or, old disgruntled girlfriend that might be, putting in these crazy reports, these crazy accusations. Because like I said, they came out, they're there, ain't been corroborated or anything. But like I said, all we know is that somebody came in one day, said this about a bunch of powerful people and never was really investigated like that. Or it was investigated and nothing came about it. I mean, be real with you. For those who want to take the side of the victims, I mean, be honest with you, us just saying that, oh, well, look, man, it can't be corroborated, so who cares? It's like they're not buying that. I'm be real with you. And I understand them in that.
Overnight, the survivors calling on 2 New York judges to provide emergency relief and shut down the Epstein Files website immediately, after a number of them had their identities exposed. Writing, DOJ committed what may be the single most egregious violation of victim privacy in one day in United States history. DOJ officials say they work to correct any mistakes when they become known.
Every time we hear from a victim or their lawyer that they believe that their name was not properly redacted, we immediately rectify that.
But the emergency request includes this quote from a person whose name has never been divulged before, saying, "I've never come forward. I'm now being harassed by the media and others. This is devastating to my life." The documents also raising serious questions about why Jeffrey Epstein was given such leniency after investigators initially uncovered potentially breathtaking criminal activity.
It is just this incredible, deep, visceral level of frustration and disappointment and sadness and grief.
Released for the first time, the original prosecution memo from a DOJ lawyer in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami in 2007, showing that federal authorities had uncovered evidence pointing to the broad scale and depravity of Epstein's molestation and exploitation of girls and young women. According to the memo,
I mean, yeah, that's how you know he was, bro. There was people in the government working with him, like there had to have been, or he was working for some type of intelligence, because it got so brazen at a certain point. It's like, how have you not been caught yet?
FBI agents discovered that Epstein arranged for massage appointments for girls and women ranging in age.
And he got caught doing that, and then got a sweetheart deal, and then went on to keep doing it.
14 to 23 years old, with victims receiving a finder's fee of $200 if they recruited other girls. The memo goes on to warn that Epstein represented a continued danger to the community based on his continued enticement of underage girls. Federal prosecutors initially wanted to charge Epstein with at least 60 felony counts, but in the end, Epstein was offered a deal where he served only 13 months of an 18-month prison sentence on Florida state charges, even allowed to work in his office during weekdays. President Trump's name comes up thousands of times in the Epstein files, mostly in news articles, but also in emails written by Epstein himself. The newly released files also include records of unverified tips to investigators, including some uncorroborated information pertaining to Trump and other high-profile individuals.
Which is crazy. which is crazy that the assistants gets covered. Like, bro, you got to understand this is crazy. The craziness about this. Epstein had more than just Ghislaine Maxwell out there recruiting women. He had assistants out there that will go out there and grab these women as well, do like the exact same thing to them, sell them into slavery, pretty much into sex slavery, and then we just let them go. Like, they're still out here to this very day walking amongst us as if they never sold a little girl into sex slavery in their life. Like, to this day, they're just out there out and about, man. I'm just telling you that right now. It's kind of wild. Like, we got so focused on these two right here, we just forgot the multiple others of them that was out here recruiting these young women and pretty much selling them into sex slavery. And they're just out here chilling, probably on vacation somewhere.
Men had a falling out, and the president says he cut off contact with Epstein decades ago. DOJ officials have said the allegations regarding President Trump are false and do not come from credible sources. The new documents are also placing even more scrutiny on men who we've known spent time with Epstein. Among the thousands of new photos released, these never-before-seen images of former Prince Andrew, who was stripped of his royal titles last year over his relationship with Epstein. Now seen here, crouched over a young woman, her face redacted, the date and context of the interaction unclear. Representatives for Andrew have not responded to a request for comment, but now the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is calling for Andrew to testify before Congress. Epstein was freed in 2009.
But I mean, look, you want to know a shocking Epstein find? Yo, check this out.
Zohran Mamdani's mother was also named in the Epstein files on Friday, and because of that, claims are now going wild on X, suggesting that Epstein is Mamdani's biological father. Yeah, now, despite how ridiculous that is, considering when the email was sent in 2009, Mamdani would have been 18 years old, that hasn't stopped posts on X from going viral. In fact, one of them suggesting this has got nearly 15 million views. Now, the reference to Mamdani's mom, Myra Nair, in question is from an email sent to Epstein talking about an after party for a film which had attendees like Bill Clinton, Jeff Bezos, and the director of the film, Mamdani's mom. Yeah, Myra actually directed the 2009 biopic Amelia, so I imagine it would make sense that the director goes to the after party. And in fact, from these emails, it's not even clear if Epstein himself ever went to the party in the first place. So yeah, wild day for information. These are the names that we still got to go through.
You see what I'm telling you? Like, even Mamdani's mom is caught up in this. Like, it goes down. I ain't gonna lie to the people on the internet trying to say that Epstein is Mamdani's secret dad, bro. You guys are wild. You guys are terrible people. I just want to let you guys know that you're funny, but you're terrible people.
Newly released documents show he continued to communicate with some of the most powerful men in the world. The newly released documents show in 2012, Epstein emailing tech billionaire Elon Musk, allegedly discussing plans for Musk to visit Epstein's private island in the Caribbean. In one email, it appears Musk asked, quote, "What day night will be the wildest party on your island?" Musk says he never went to the island, and this weekend said he has long advocated for the release of files. Epstein had been cozying up to some of the most influential men on the planet since the 1990s. All have denied.
Let's be real. Now, one is either Elon didn't know that he'd get brought up in, or why would he want something released if, you know, he knew he'd be guilty in it? Like, let's be real, though. Nobody would want to screw themselves over like that. So, or like I said, he couldn't have known. But he do need to provide a better story than just, hey, look, guys, I've been wanting this to get pushed out the whole time. I'm like, whoa, Elon, you know, we love you, bro, but can you explain the whole let me know when the wildest parties are going on? Like, hey, remember, you say you didn't really have that much contact with him, but here you go asking a man for an invitation to the island. I mean, or, you know, like, did you know what was going on? Did you not know? Do you want to explain that in context, how that came about? Just to cover your ass, you know, not just leave it out there and be like, well, you know, I was the first guy that wanted to be, you know, pushed out there, so nobody should question me. Don't work like that.
Not any wrongdoing and any knowledge of crimes or Epstein targeting children. So much collateral damage to so many, and it's becoming clear that every prominent person who spent time with Epstein is likely regretting it.
Oh boy, bro, spending time, shit, if you send the man an email, you under the microscope at this point. It's kind of tough, and I don't think it's fair if it's just an email, but I mean, Hey, man, it's for such a serious matter. We got to cover all grounds. I'm all for it, man. Like I said, prove your innocence. So be it. But all right, this is going to be the last video we're going to touch when it comes to Epstein. Then we're going to move on to other matters. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring up my co-host, Monty. But all right, guys, before we get into this video, that's pretty interesting and goes over a lot of details that's been newly released in the Epstein files, I'll go ahead and play this short clip.
Bro, not Prince Andrew is so cooked after this latest drop, and we'll get to this disturbing image in a second. Things are so bad for this guy right now that the UK's own Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is now saying that... Okay, next up, Bill Gates, a very interesting...
Okay, by the time this video gets out there, there's probably going to be even more, but with a brand new multi-million page Epstein data dump,
Sorry, guys, I thought I had the clip, but I don't. So, like I said, on to the video.
Okay, by the time this video gets out there, there's probably going to be even more, but with a brand new multi-million page Epstein data dump, I wanted to dive in and look at the most immediately damaging stuff that we have, and also talk about just how badly the government screwed up, because it is bad, like historically bad levels of incompetence. Let's start with this, because we absolutely need the context. This is Todd Blanche, former personal lawyer for Donald Trump, who is now Deputy Attorney General of the United States. On January 30th, 2026, Blanche took the stage for a massive press conference unveiling that the DOJ and the FBI would be releasing about 3.5 million pages of new Epstein files as required by congressional law. The important part is at about 4 minutes and 10 seconds in, where he discusses the redaction guidelines and bloviates at length about how strict the criteria was, how hard their staff worked on these redactions, and how nothing was being withheld on the basis of national security. If you actually listened to him and took his words at face value, which you absolutely should not do, this is the most transparent administration ever. The quality of their work is unimpeachable, and the redactions that they made were only to protect victim information, nothing else. Sadly, that is a lie. Over the course of today's video, I'll go through a series of examples in an effort to give as comprehensive a look as I can so far for this file dump. But at the end of it all, I want everyone to consider a question. Is the current governing administration in the United States telling the truth? Here we go. Item number 1, which is actually 2 documents in this case, EFTA 01660679 and EFTA 01660651. These documents show a collection of insane allegations against Donald Trump. These come from the NTOC, National Threat Operations Center at the FBI, which is where they process and vet public tips. And some of them are very obviously marked as not credible. Others are flagged as no contact made after attempting to follow up with the caller. But here and there, you start finding that some of these reports resulted in a, quote, lead being sent to conduct interviews. Obviously, I can't comment on the authenticity of these allegations overall. But there's something else I found interesting, something far more important in my mind that speaks to the credibility of the DOJ, the Department of Justice itself, and their decision-making when it came to these redactions. Look at these 2 documents, separate files, sure, but not always different content. Quote, complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate blank, and then it's all redacted. However, this file isn't. The rest of the sentence says, quote, incidents involving police which requested in mandatory psychiatric evaluations.
Oh,
end quote. That right.
Damn. Yeah, I could see why everybody redacted that one out. They said, oh, it's incorroborable. Only because we determined that, you know, they're mentally unstable, though. Yeah, could that have been a cover up? Like I said, there's people with high speculation all over. So when you cover up stuff like that, it makes it seem like, yeah, you didn't want people to know that. Yeah, you only did it because you deemed that she was crazy. And that's it. So shout out to my man Jay. He says, damn, internet turned into an episode of Murray. I mean, yeah, it sure did. I'll be real with you. It got real. You are on the Epstein files. All right. Back to it.
Right there, although small in a vacuum, is the very first example in a massive, massive pattern. A pattern where the DOJ is redacting things that make no sense. Things that they have no legal right to withhold. And things that may in fact matter a great deal, we just don't really have the ability to know because we don't have the full picture. Example, they literally redacted the word none in this file. And you can straight up read some of the other redactions because they're not centered properly. It's a joke. Even still, keeping in mind that the goal here is to analyze everything as objectively as possible, we need to do a bit of a fact check because despite massively viral social media claims all over the place, these two files were not actually pulled down or deleted immediately after publication. There were some 404 errors displayed on the DOJ website briefly, but they were ultimately resolved within minutes, I think, actually, and the files are now clearly visible again. I'm not sure why that happened. The sheer amount of traffic may very well have played a part as people flooded into the directory specifically searching for those particular files. And it's entirely possible that the DOJ panicked, deleted them, and then reinstated them, like they appear to have done previously with a different batch of files. But this time, I honestly see no indication of that happening. This time, it feels like a genuine glitch. Do you want to know what isn't a glitch? This right here, an FD 302 victim interview, which is mostly redacted, clearly protecting certain perpetrator names alongside the potential victims. But even from what we see unredacted, quote, Maxwell presented blank to Trump and they had a conversation for approximately 20 minutes. Blank was invited to Mar-a-Lago, where she was given a tour by Trump with Epstein and Maxwell present. Nothing happened between Blank and Trump. By the things that Maxwell said, it was made clear that Blank was available. Maxwell said things like, oh, I think he likes you. Aren't you lucky? This is great. End quote. Put whatever kind of spin on that you want to. But what I see personally is a victim being presented to someone with the obvious implication that they can have her if they want her. These are very serious allegations, and they're not the only ones. The sole focus of the video, by the way, isn't just Donald Trump, so I'm not going to read all of them. But the gist of it is that there are incredibly damaging revelations about how close Trump and Epstein were, so far beyond what we've been told is true, it is no longer possible to hand wave the files away as just a Democrat hoax. Pivoting back to the first two documents, I also want to point out something else. In between the spreadsheets and the accusations, we have emails in August of 2025. But the thing about these emails is that here we can see that they clearly acknowledge redacting a reporter's name who explicitly is not a victim. Anthony Sibeli, I think is how you say it. While also on one of the sheets, failing to redact an actual potential victim name, Leslie McMichael, in a further display of incompetence. Like I said previously, the video isn't focused solely on Donald Trump, but we're looking at well over 5,000 mentions of his name, and that's only the searchable portions of the archive that they've indexed, which hasn't even all been released so far. Let's move on to someone else, okay? Arguably the largest individual catalyst who has been deliberately stoking speculation about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and that is Elon Musk. Elon has long maintained his near total separation from Epstein. He claims that the photograph of him and Ghislaine Maxwell is just a photobomb that she perpetrated and he had no idea about it. He claims that he was invited to Epstein Island but refused, and he desperately lashes out at anyone who insinuates otherwise over the past several months. Quote, shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. Yet they named me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit, end quote. Strong words, very defensive, but it turns out that we actually have emails between Musk, Epstein, and Leslie Groff, one of Epstein's assistants, reading, quote, Elon to Epstein, will be in the BVI/St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? End quote. That's a little bit curious given his proclamations that Epstein invited him to the island, but let's read on. Epstein replies, any day 1st to 8th. Play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. After which Elon says, okay, probably the 1st then. They correspond back and forth a bit longer, but anyone who reads this conversation can decidedly say with certainty that Epstein was not asking Elon to go to his island. Elon was trying to go. Oh, that's not enough? Okay, I can understand that. Some people really drank the Kool-Aid. Here's an email from Musk to Epstein after Epstein asks, how many people will you be for the heli to the island? Saying, quote, probably just Tallulah and me. Tallulah was his wife at the time. What day/night will be the wildest party on your island? End quote. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. Okay, yeah. Ultimately, for this particular set of exchanges, it doesn't look like Elon actually attended the party in 2012 or 2013, but a couple of months later, in February, we see this thread between Musk and Epstein, seemingly indicating that Epstein was given some kind of private tour of SpaceX. Interestingly, when it comes to Epstein receiving tours of various facilities, that's not even the only example.
Elon, no. Then he went out there and tried to double down, but the email showed that your ass was trying to go there with your wife. All right. I mean, we'll see. Let's keep it going.
Right here with this email, we can look at the competence of the redaction team yet again, and it's really not good. In this particular email from March of 2014, Epstein is corresponding with an unknown redacted individual. And yet in this next thread, document EFTA 0098580, we can see the same exact email, this time unredacted with the name Alan Jones. There is no justifiable or legal reason to be redacting that man's name. Just for the sake of really hammering this point home so that even the brain-dead fans of Elon Musk are still able to fully comprehend, let me read one more email thread before moving on to the next document. This one, December of 2012, which for clarity's sake is after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of procuring a...
Hey. I'm not an Elon fanboy. Leave my man Monty alone. My man Monty loves Elon.
Minor for prostitution in 2008. Quote from Epstein, "You are welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of room. I will send heli to get you." End quote. To which Elon replies, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year. And so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for." End quote. Still not finished, by the way. Epstein replies, "Understood. I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make Talila uncomfortable."
Wait.
After which Elon chimes in again, quote, "Ratio is not a problem for Tallulah." End quote. Honestly, I really don't think I have to spell it out here, but this is Elon Musk asking to join the most notorious pedophile in recent history on his personal island to let loose, deliberately requesting to be there for the wildest parties. And when Epstein indicates ratio, as in a lot of young women, which might make Elon's wife uncomfortable, Elon says, "Not a problem." And this takes place years after Epstein was convicted of sex crimes. Riddle me that one, Elon fans. Side point, here's two different versions of the same exact page that the DOJ uploaded. One of them redacts Elon's email address. The other redacts metadata. Combined, you can see the full page, obviously, thus rendering all of the redactions void. And they even shouldn't have been censored in the first place. So double whammy. Amazing. Now that we're talking about billionaires, however, let's just keep talking about that precious class of person, the billionaires. Remember Bill Gates, notoriously close with Epstein for like decades? Yeah, this email right here appears to show that Gates allegedly requested antibiotics from Epstein so that he could secretly give them to Melinda after contracting an STD from Russian girls. Quote, "To add insult to the injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding..."
Just to speak on the Elon situation, now that he done moved on to Bill Gates, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. What kind of screwing Elon right now is the fact that he said, "Oh no, I never wanted to go." Epstein tried to get me to go, and here he is, caught an email saying like, "Hey, bro, I'm ready to get loose. Look, man, I ain't going there for no island vacation. I can do that anywhere. Now I'm trying to get crazy. I heard you throw some wild ass parties." Now, I'm not sure if Elon know what he was walking himself into, or like I said, did he just hear by word of mouth what was going on there, but they didn't, throw in the pedophilia? Who knows? That's why Elon got to explain that within full context.
Your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. End quote. I'm just going to throw this out there. Having secrets between you and Jeffrey Epstein that have to remain between the two of you doesn't look very good. In fact, it might make some people think that you're guilty of heinous crimes. Maybe. For context, by the way, speaking to Vanity Fair in March of 2022, Melinda Gates said, quote, "I did not like that he had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. No, I made that clear to him." Then saying, after meeting Epstein a single time, quote again, "I regretted it the second I walked in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified. My heart breaks for those women." End quote. At various times afterwards, she heavily insinuates that association with Epstein was one of the factors behind their entire divorce. And if I had to speculate here, I would say that sharing secrets with Epstein and trying to sneak her antibiotics could hypothetically have caused a marriage to crumble.
Yeah.
Jumping over to an entirely separate but distinctly kind of related topic, theories have been circulating for many, many years that Epstein was an agent of Israeli intelligence, Mossad. And this document right here, a CHS report, confidential human source, directly claims that Donald Trump and Alan Dershowitz as well were co-opted and compromised by Israel. I think it's worth noting that confidential human source intelligence is not a public tip line. It's a cultivated agency source working directly with the FBI prior to that point in time. It's not an agent or an employee, it's a source, which doesn't necessarily mean it's true, by the way, but it's not a random phone call. This is a significantly elevated level of intelligence gathering far beyond just anonymous tips. Still, as with practically every single other document, the DOJ and the FBI, I guess, appear to be breaking the law. Looking at this right here, we can see Harry Tenosodenbio, however the fuck you say that. That name is clearly visible right here. But then,
and shout out Toll, she says, I wonder if Elon was trying to do the same thing Trump been doing since the 70s, working with the feds. I mean, yeah, honestly, hey, actually, I'm glad you actually opened that possibility up. You could have just been trying to get onto Epstein Island to, you know, get linked up with the feds and be like, look, I'm going there. I can get y'all the hard evidence you need. And apparently it just never worked out. I mean, never know. We don't even know. Did Elon go to that island? Did he ever get to go to that crazy party on the island? We don't know.
Redacted in the very same line. This guy is an Indonesian billionaire politician, by the way, continuing the trend of billionaires being deeply associated with Epstein. But it's difficult to emphasize just how pathetic it is to have the same name illegally redacted on one side, but left plainly visible on the other side of the same line of the same document.
Making you think it's two different Harrys.
Could quite literally do a better job of redacting these files. Not necessarily a billionaire yet, I should say, but Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, appointed by Trump himself, was also visiting Epstein's island as per these files, corresponding with Leslie Groff at the time. Once again, Leslie Groff was Epstein's assistant, and this happened in 2012, despite Lutnick in 2025 saying, quote, in the 6 to 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again, referring to Epstein, after an interaction from 2005.
Okay.
Don't believe me? Okay, sure. That's fine.
He said it
Here's
on
the
camera.
actual video. It's a whole lot worse.
And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. Really? So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going.
Yeah, on video.
He's gross.
Oh, yeah, dude. He's so bad that Howard Lutnick was directly emailing with Epstein and his assistant about going to lunch on the island in 2012, 7 years after he vowed to never be in the same room with him because he's gross. He really put his foot down on that one, didn't he? Moving on, we have Kevin Warsh, Trump's current pick to replace Jerome Powell as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Wait, him too?
Also apparently went visiting on the island for the very same party, making me wonder just how many people in the current administration were straight up friends with the guy well and truly.
I mean, he is Jewish too, like Epstein. So I don't know. They might have a little Jewish thing going on, but bro, son of a bitch! Like, who isn't on here? This looks terrible. Everybody need to have an excuse at this point. Like, bro, where's your alibis? Get them ready, because we need them.
After his conviction in 2008. However, just to reiterate one of my sort of pillar arguments here, the greatest blunder by far are the redactions. Frankly, I'm honestly baffled. They redacted a fucking Wikipedia article from 2022 about Trump. Look here. This is an archived version from the exact same time period where they took out words in the DOJ files like Italia, DC, and Stone, as in Roger Stone, despite his name appearing 7 other times in the same article. You could not possibly fuck up these redactions any worse if you literally tried to. It's straight up insane how many completely unnecessary and totally irrelevant redactions are in these files, not to mention the stuff that they just messed up or failed to do. How about this? Here's another troubling exchange. Email from Epstein to an unknown individual. Quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." To which the unknown person replies that they're in China. Epstein then says, "Hope to see you." Alarmingly, that's not even the only mention of torture, because in September of 2011, we have these emails between a man named Tancredi Marchiolo and Epstein, in which Epstein says, quote, "What would you like me to do with your friend? Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her?" Tancredi Salvatore Marchiolo, as far as I can tell, is a hedge fund guy, formerly a partner at Bremner Capital, and now potentially working at a place called Harbor V Limited as a director after using a slightly different name in the filings. Not entirely sure who this guy is, but he shows up a lot in these files directly with Epstein, like well over 1,000 mentions. Going on a bit of a tangent right now, some people may not be fully aware of this.
He's one of those ultra wealthy dudes that you're just not supposed to know about. Like, bro got billions, but you will never hear about his name not one time in your life. And you know, I guess today's your lucky day. But that's how he's supposed to be. That's how a lot of these hedge funds guys are. Billionaires that you wouldn't even know them if they walk past you.
Scope here. This isn't just Epstein and a few friends, and I care more about these other policies. This is a collection of the richest and most powerful people in the entire world who enabled and perpetuated the abuse for years. Here's another interesting bit. This is an email chain between Epstein and the Russian deputy economic minister at the time, Sergei Belyakov. Quote from Epstein, "How are you? I need a favor. There is a Russian girl from Moscow, blank, attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It is bad for business for everyone involved. She arrived in New York Saturday or last week staying at blank," end quote. And the reply that he gets says, quote, "Give me a few days to get information about her," followed by, "Hi, Jeffrey. Tomorrow I'm meeting with a guy who knows her / about her. If you have any details about case you have mentioned, it could help," end quote. In response, Epstein says, "Saying powerful men taking advantage of women like her, etc." And I don't know what eventually happened to this poor girl, but I really don't think that they just bought her donuts and said, "Hey, please stop." We are being told by the Trump administration with their intentionally compromised.
And shout out to my man Jed. He says that's why Powell needed $2.5 billion on air quote renovations. Man,
law enforcement agencies that there was no blackmail ring. Epstein was alone. There were no other prosecutable leads, no other perpetrators to investigate or involved or trafficking to anyone or by anyone, and that we should shut up and stop asking questions. The FBI director has been saying that. The attorney general has been saying that. All of his top officials are backing him when they say that there's nothing to see. Meanwhile, we have literal correspondence between Epstein and Russian officials about a young woman blackmailing powerful businessmen because they took advantage of her, which was the entire premise of what Epstein did. And yet, also this Tancredi Marchiolo guy, I mean, you have people corresponding with Epstein thousands of times saying that they're giving and receiving torture videos from him, right? And yet, somehow this painfully self-evident spiderweb of perpetrators and their sick, twisted social network have faced zero consequences. The Epstein files may not result in widespread accountability, okay? Dejectedly, I'm accepting that fact. But the one thing that they have done is pull back the curtain for a whole lot of people on who exactly runs the world. They're not like you and me. They're fucking evil. I could go on and on and on, so for the sake of the video not being 10 hours long, here's one final critical document. If you search during the first party in the DOJ archive, you get 3 items, 1 in dataset 9 and 2 in dataset 10. This is an extremely graphic accusation against Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, alleging a victim that was only 13 years old. And each of these 3 documents has different redactions. Document 1 has address, case number, and half of the names redacted. Document 2 redacts the names, but not the address or the case number. And document 3 only redacts half of the address and the case number, but not the names. Collectively, in my view, these 3 documents perfectly exemplify the incompetence of the Epstein cover-up. All 3 of them fail, in every single conceivable sense of the word, to not only uphold the law as ordered by Congress, but also to protect personal information and the identities of potential victims, while also over-redacting the case number with no justification in a triple threat display of abject, complete, disgusting, and shameful failure. This administration is a corrupt, incompetent circus. Genuinely, the only thing that I can think of now is that they used an AI program to do these redactions. Unironically, I think that's like the most likely situation. Nothing else explains why random words would be redacted. Fragments of public.
And all right, now as he continues to go off, all right, Monty, we're ready for you to come up. Well, I haven't seen you yet, but shout out to my man Monty, the co-host. We'll go ahead and wait on you. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get into the top moments from Marco Rubio's testimony to Congress. Because apparently this man was quite the comedian out there. Or just being so blunt that it was funny.
Appreciate it. And I'll be brief in my opening statement so we can leave more time for questions. I've submitted a written statement, but I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to talk to you guys for a few minutes. And
all right, here we go. Suspend. You know the drill. Off to jail. That's a 1-year ban from the committee. Anyone who is a persistent violator will be banned for 3 years. So don't know whether the guy falls in that category. Looks like it. I hope after 3 years he'll find a more productive means of employment. Secretary Rubio, we have 2 hearings a week. You know,
But all right, hey, what's up? What's going on, Monty?
All right. So everything in the Epstein files, the entire trove of documents, because you moved on and I never got to say anything. Everything in it containing Elon Musk's name is 1,098 times. Probably about 500 of those are 300 to 500 of them are actual original documents. The rest are copies of documents with redactions here, redactions there, or mentions in other case files. Every single one of them that I read is Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, when are you going to come out to the island? Hey, when are you going to come out to the island? Hey, is there anybody in Solar City that can give me a quote for solar panels on the island or maybe the ranch? Literally over and over again, asking him to meet up with him. The only correspondence that comes from Elon Musk is, sorry, can't do that. Sorry, can't do that. Schedules aren't aligning. The party that we're talking about, when's you going to be your wildest party? 3 days later, he said, yep, sorry, schedule's not going to align with that. It's wild how much of this is just people taking one thing out of context and being like, see, Elon was asking to go to the island. Yeah, 3 days later, he said, yeah, maybe not. Our schedules aren't going to line up. And that's consistent.
3 days after?
Yeah, that's consistent through the entire email chain, every document. Like while you were going through this, that's why I wasn't up there. I was going through and just finding page, anything from Elon Musk. I even found the email when he said when's going to be the wildest day or night that the party's going to go on. It's literally that email, and it's like September, I think, or December, November. Sorry, I was looking at a lot of different emails of 2013. 3 days later, he's like, sorry, I'm going to have to focus on Tesla and the ramp up of the Model S.
Okay. So he pretty much just like said, I'm too busy.
Yeah, I'm too busy the entire time. And he was considering going to. So you can't tell me that 3 days before he's all pumped up to go to a party. And then 3 days later, he's like, actually, I can't because Tesla. He knew 3 days before that he couldn't because of Tesla. He's giving him an off ramp because he doesn't want to go there.
I mean, okay, come on now, bro. That's like, come on now. You're telling me that, like, Monty, I can understand you saying that, look, he might not have even known what was going on there, and like most likely not. But saying that he just purposely just told him, yeah, I'm all stoked to go, and just like purposely said that just to down him is like,
no, what I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. He probably was perfectly stoked to go to a party because that's what he was doing. But 3 days later, suddenly this thing that he's known about his entire life becomes too busy for him to show up to a party.
So you're saying that he knew he wasn't going to go to that party?
No, he probably intended to go to the party, when he sent that email. That's what that looks like.
Okay.
That's absolutely in Elon fashion. But 3 days later, suddenly he's too busy to do it.
Yeah, things happen. I get that.
Things
I get
don't.
what you're
He didn't want to go because probably he talked to somebody and he's like, "Oh yeah, you don't want to go to that party."
I mean,
And then
we can't assume. I mean, hey, that's a nice filler. I'll give you that one. Like that could have happened, but we don't know for sure. I'd rather
I don't-
Elon fill in the context for this.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, he has to fill that context in. But literally, it's all the emails come from Jeffrey Epstein and go to Elon Musk. In fact, Elon changes his email because of the amount of emails that are coming through, which you can find in another document.
Yeah.
And that email gets forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein, and he starts going on that email.
Yeah, but that's the main problem here. This is what they're gonna catch people up at. Is that look, you said you never wanted to go. You said he asked you, which is true. He did ask you, and you said no, but then you showed interest in wanting to go. Now, 3 days later, you said no, I'm good. But I mean, Elon,
Remember, this is in 2000.
did you
this is
know
in
what was going on
2012.
that island? Like for you to be so stoked, the way the email sounded, like you was ready for some hey man, some unadulterated fun.
Also, a lot of the emails from Jeffrey Epstein to Elon and back and forth are mentioning business deals in which fucking Epstein is the co-mediator of these deals. It's like, oh, I can put you in touch with this person. I can put you in touch with this person. And if you actually look at what's known publicly about Elon Musk, that's where a lot of those deals started. So you can kind of paint this picture of he's a broker for deals on Elon Musk's company. He's repeatedly asking him to go to parties. Elon's like, "Yep, nope, too busy here, too busy there." The only email that I was able to find where Elon showed any interest in going was later on, 3 days later. Yep, nope, don't want to go. And that's that email that they're putting out there. And it's not hard to find it. I just did a date query search, and I'll copy aspects of one email and search for that date, and then look in and around those dates. Go for example, September 9th, and then I'll search September 10th, September 11th, September 12th, so on and so forth. And I literally have not found anything other than that email, which is very peculiar that they're just going with that email. When all these things are, I encourage you, go look at all this document. Do what I
Here's the
just
thing.
said.
I get what you're saying, but it does look a bit funny that my man was just a bit eager to go to that island. And like I said, he canceled. But the problem is he did say, look, I never wanted to go to the island. And I mean, here you are, an email showing interest in going into that island. I mean, he could have forgot about it. I'm willing to give grace for that. But we gotta think in the mind of those people who are quick to condemn. And like I said, it'd be better for Elon just to provide context around that. Look, you're right. I wanted to go there, but I got too busy. Honestly, I didn't know what was going on that island. I'm glad I didn't go. Not just hitting us with you know me, I was one of the founding people that wanted this to get pushed out. So don't question me.
I mean, that's fair. And what was it? Fucking Epstein was charged in 2009, so this happened in 2012, which probably puts a little bit more dirt on Elon, because he should have known about Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, who knows what happened in the 3 days where he's completely free and now he's suddenly unable to go.
Exactly. And here's the thing, we don't even know if he even knew what was going on that island, and most likely not.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He said he never wanted to go, and there is one email in 1,098, mind you, pages, where he says, "Yeah, what's the best day or night?" And then that's when you start getting this day, December so and so, this date, so and so, we can bring you a heli, all that fun stuff. That's when all of those emails are happening in that time period. He's not responding to them, and then all of a sudden he says, "Nope, I can't go."
Well, I mean, like I said, we'll see what Elon Musk has to say. Like I said, it does seem like he's just taking the position of really not addressing it, just being like, look, I never went there, I never stepped foot on there, and it is what it is. And honestly, there is no proof that Elon ever stepped foot on there. There's only proof that he just showed a slight interest, and that's what they're hanging him up on.
But to put him above Prince Andrew in the controversy circle, when there's pictures of Prince Andrew literally kneeling over a woman,
yeah,
like
it's crazy.
Come on,
man. But Prince Andrew's been cooked since the
it's
beginning of this.
Or Bill Gates. I need some antibiotics for my wife because I might be giving her syphilis.
It's like, yeah. The thing is, nobody expected Elon. I think that was just like the surprise. Like, whoa, wait, Elon? What you mean, Elon?
Yeah, and they're gonna run with it because Elon's fucking controversial.
Yeah,
and I mean it does the mind really good to reaffirm stereotypes you already have about Elon. But come on, like a little bit. It took me 25 minutes to go through all of that stuff and be like, can't find anything suggesting that other than that email that he later on said, no, don't want to.
Yeah. So be real. Like I said, all of this just leaves more questions. That's all it did. Like it didn't really give us any answers. Like all the answers that it's given us, we already knew, and now it just opened up more questions. It's like, well,
yeah, that's all it's ever going to do because you cannot.
And this is going to be more and more and more to come out until we just have everything.
The people that are pushing this now are going to keep pushing until they have enough to say, oh yeah, every one of my political enemies is a pedophile. That's the goal of this. That's why it says a Democrat hoax. It's not a hoax as in it didn't happen. It's a hoax of information.
Man, let's see what more comes out in these files, because like I said, apparently there's more names to come up. There's way more files to be released. And I mean, bro, 3 million of them is, like, bro, it's kind of crazy. I'm like, y'all should have just dropped this all, but I can see why. There's like, we didn't even know there was this much to be like released, to the point where it's like that's why they went over a date. It's like y'all going through millions of pages. We're over here thinking that it's not even that much. Like nobody told us it was 3 million, but apparently it's more. Maybe it's more than that. Yeah.
The goalposts keep getting moved. I genuinely believe if you didn't have all of the different copies of the same correspondence of the same thing just cited in different spots, it wouldn't be like that. It would literally be about 100 or so thousand original documents. And because it's been litigated so many different times, those same documents are found in discovery in other cases. So they're just copies of each other. And the more you cite it, the more documents you create. And so now you have people, oh, well, there's 6 million documents actually now. Last month it was 4 million.
Let's be honest. Like compared to what's going on with everybody else, what's going on with Elon, well, were there any witness testimony? Oh, no, there were some witness testimony saying that Elon did some wild stuff.
That was discredited.
Yeah, that was discredited
because Elon wasn't even in
psychiatric problems.
Not even psychiatric problems. Elon has an alibi for that.
Yeah, that's even better.
From publicly known documents about Elon Musk and what Elon Musk is doing in this time frame, he's nowhere near even in contact with Jeffrey Epstein. So that's
no, we're talking about from the witness statements. Remember, we have like a lot of witness statements that come in and are saying that, oh, well, he did this, that. And remember, this one wasn't even with Epstein. I think there's one where it was just him and Trump. Like I said, and I don't believe a lot of them. I just think that, you guys just need to just go ahead and start putting out this stuff and start disproving it on their own.
You can disprove it with your own intellect. You literally look at when the witness statement came out. Then you look at when the alleged person fucking alleged these things and what year. So she was 13, and that would be way before 2013. Elon Musk doesn't even pop up into the Epstein files until 2012. So there would be a correspondence between them. If there's that much correspondence to get him to the island, then what would there be to set up an actual date where he did all of these things?
Well,
Not
if
to
you're saying
mention
this happened
publicly,
before
not to
that,
mention,
then
not to
hold on.
mention
If
publicly
you're saying
known
that it
things.
happened before, right? So
So
who's
when
to
she
say
was
that if
13,
Elon did do it, now that these pedophiles know his sexual proclivity, now they're trying to bring him into the fold?
that doesn't even make sense. But
Yeah, it kind of
what's
does. I mean, I know you. I
how
know. I get what. Look, bro. I'm just saying it makes perfect sense. Actually, if you're saying it happened before, let's say that Elon did do the crime, then that means they already know about his sexual proclivity. They're just trying to bring him into the fold. That's why they're trying to get him into the island. Now, this is all in the assumption that Elon actually did commit that crime that young girl was talking about. Now,
you have
I know
to.
we don't.
That's not how we prosecute things, though. That's not how you look at things. You don't try to prove. You will never, if your goal is to prove somebody innocent, you will never succeed at that goal. You can never prove that something didn't happen. The only way you can prove that something didn't happen is by what I'm describing. Look at where he was in the time of the alleged event. Then look at what any surrounding documents that indicate that. There are none.
Huh? Monty, I'm sorry, but just because there's an absence of him being in the documents or there's a gap in time doesn't mean that he didn't do it.
Not an absence of him or a gap in time. He does not show up until September of 2012 when this woman that's 40 something years old, like let's do some math backwards. What's 13 minus 40? Because I think she was in her mid 40s when she made this allegation. 13 minus 40 is 30 or 27. 27 years ago was 1999. Elon Musk doesn't show up in the files until 2012. There are things, they have the scope of his email going back to 95.
So, like you're saying, it's because that he wasn't in there for a certain amount of time, it means that he didn't do it.
Not to mention what was Elon Musk, where was Elon Musk in 2000 and fucking 2009, but between that, he was living in his freaking factory getting Tesla off the ground, living in his
So you don't
factory.
think he could have did that in that time? Like,
I mean, anything is possible, but if you
I know anything is possible.
when you're making daily appearances,
want to wait until this man
when you're
has something to
making
say.
daily appearances, when you're
Well, I
making
mean,
daily appearances in the United States, how are you also going to another island? How are you doing all of these things that are across the country? Like he didn't have a private jet until he made it. He didn't make it until about 2009.
Elon was rich before 2009.
He was rich because he sold Zip2 and PayPal.
Yeah.
And he rolled all of that into Tesla. So no, he wasn't rich. He was damn near homeless.
No, he would have enough money on paper to go out there. Look, he just lived way below his means, but he had money. The man could go out there and have fun if he wanted to. He's just a disciplined person. That's why people have so much respect for Elon. But
when
doesn't
you
mean that
put
he can't be on some wild stuff. Like I said, the absence of him, from a time period doesn't mean that, he didn't do it. But I don't believe that Elon did it, to be quite honest with you. I'm just saying, him having an absence in the Epstein files for a while doesn't mean that, he's just innocent.
And me not having any accountability for the last 26 years of my life doesn't mean that either. But it also doesn't mean that I'm in the Epstein files. I can't prove every minute of every day for the last 28 years that I've been alive.
Yeah, but it's a little different, bro. I mean, if you're out here committing heinous crimes like that, I'm pretty sure you're going to remember.
Of course you're going to remember, but you can't, if you aren't committing heinous crimes, which is the assumption that we're supposed to put upon accused people, because now he's an accused person, whether in a court of law or just in public opinion, he's an accused person. So you better come with proof that he did something before you make an accusation. Saying you can't disprove it is not proof that you did it.
But the fact that somebody out there went out there and said it, like I said, I ain't gonna say you can't give it all the credibility in the world, of course, but you gotta go keep giving it an ear. Like, all right, well, it's been said, and
it's been investigated,
and it's been investigated, and apparently nothing came back. But do we know, honestly, when it comes to Elon? Do we?
I mean, you don't know anything about anybody. I mean, you know what people show you, of course, but there's you like I said, the absence of proof means something didn't happen. Not the absence of proof means it could have happened and we just don't know about it. That's disingenuous to say, oh, we can't account for every minute of his day for the last 30 years when this was all going on. So yeah, I mean that means he's guilty, or he could be guilty. But you can look at surrounding events and be like, well, he was in Texas this day, announcing X, Y, and Z, and then he was in New York doing this. So at what point did he go to California? Or at what point did he go to the
meet up with this young lady to do which? That's what I'm saying. That's all stuff that we're gonna just need answers to. Is like, and if, hey, bro, if you can provide the answers to me, let me know. Like I said, I gotta go ahead and read into it myself. But honestly, I already read into that. It's really nothing to it, because you're right. No, you're right. Like when they went to corroborate the story, it did seem like Elon, he wasn't at that spot at that time.
And
there are other stories now. But there's still other stories in there that Elon might want to clean up on. That's all I gotta say. Is that we can sit here and try to run defense for Elon, but let's be honest with you. Let's be honest. It's up to this man to low-key come out here and be like, look, I know I was one of the main person saying I want it out. Well, great. That's great, but you also need to be the main person providing yourself defense. If that's the case, you just can't sit here and just tell everybody,
finding
don't
himself on the
investigate
defense
me.
because people are accusing him of things that are fucking narrowly expressed in the media.
But that's everybody on the Epstein list. Everybody's getting that treatment. So it's basically just got to be fair about this. Everybody's getting the same amount of scrutiny.
But when we talk about public opinion, no one, I mean, I am, people that actually, care about misinforming people are, but the average person that's going to read this and read this headline, oh, Elon's in the Epstein files. Oh, Elon's a pedophile. I guarantee you, in about 3 weeks, you're going to see, oh, pedo Elon in the chat. And that is harming somebody's name without any evidence. That is slander.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, bro, Trump's been able to go through it. Hey, and here's the thing. I mean, all the accusations against Trump has never addressed directly. And you're right, he got that treatment. So if Elon don't want that treatment, then he might just have to address it directly, or he can choose the Trump route, which I'll go ahead. I ain't tripping about it. But just know that it's going to come with that. It's going to come with people calling you pedophile because you didn't want to address it. And
I mean, what a world we fucking live in if you cannot go and address every single allegation, and that makes the allegation true in someone's mind.
I mean, when it's something as heinous as pedophilia, I feel like you might want to put that at the forefront. Like if it's something like, Elon is money laundering. It's like, bro, which rich person don't money launder? And I mean, come on now. But we talk about pedophilia, it's almost like it's a difference. It's like, all right, but now we actually need you to like talk about this and tell us something. And he don't got to, but he gotta be ready to face unfair or fair criticism.
I don't see any of it as with what we have. I don't see any of the criticism of a lot of these people, not specifically just Elon. I'm fucking going to bat for Elon and running defense, as you want to call it. Because that is one person that I can hone in on that I actually know a thing or two about, that I can easily. So that begs the question: how many other people? I don't have the time to go through 1,000 people and be like, oh yeah, the same story's not lining up with this person either. Maybe Bill Gates, because Bill Gates never directly asked for antibiotics. It was just someone said something about Bill Gates wanting antibiotics to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep. And like I said, it's like, look, the main problem with this is that they said something and it was proven to be untrue. And that's probably the worst thing you could do when it comes to cases like this. Like that's it. That's same with Lucknick. It's like he said, oh, I said I would never go there again. You're texting this man talking about when can we meet for dinner. It's like, what the hell?
Right, but that's not what happened in this case. It's not Elon went
What?
to the island, was like, oh my God, this is horrible, kept his mouth shut, and then never showed back
No,
up.
no. But Elon did say I never showed interest in going into the island, and email proved that he did. Now, 3 days ago, he said never mind, but that's where you got caught up at. Like, we got to admit, maybe he forgot, but Elon, like, he kind of misinformed us when he said, "Oh, I never had an interest in going to that island."
I mean, that's you're playing semantics if you go down that
Not
route.
really. That's just the truth. That's what happened. He told us
we're
no, and
talking
he
about-
proven that it was true. He showed interest.
He showed interest and then recanted it.
But he still showed interest, and he lied about that. Not lied. I'm sorry. Maybe my bad. That's assuming duplicity. I'm saying that he maybe forgot or he misinformed us. Never know, bro. It was like till years ago. So I'll give you that. Like when you said, can you recant all years of your life and every person you ever text message or have a correspondence with? No.
Hell no.
So this might have just been an honest mistake on his part. But they did catch him up in an honest mistake then.
Think about it. Think about it this way. Have you ever wanted to buy a Corvette? I follow me on this. Follow me on this, because this is human nature. Have you ever wanted to buy a Corvette?
Yeah.
Oh, well, damn. Okay. Well, if you ask me if I've ever wanted to buy a Corvette, my answer would be no. However, I can think of times when I've looked at a Corvette and be like, oh, that thing's cool. I'd like to have one of those. Doesn't mean I want to buy the Corvette.
Yeah, true. But it's not like you came to me and you said, hey, yo, man, I never said I wanted a Corvette in my life. Then one day I catch you on camera going like, bro, I would love a Corvette, man. I can't wait to get one. And it's like 2 years ago. I'm like, bro, you said you never said that in your life. You hit me with the, bro, my bad. I forgot. I was drunk and all that. And I would forgive you. This is kind of the situation with Elon. It's like he says something crazy. He was tired. He's like, bro, I'm ready to party. He's ready to get at it. Sadly, that didn't happen for him. But hey, he did show excitement for going on to that island that, well, he forgot about, or he lied to us. Who knows? But honestly, I think that he just forgot about the conversation. And he's like, oh, well, it did happen, but hey, I didn't go to the island.
Yeah. I mean, and we can only speculate as to why he shows this interest. It'd probably be me and my wife. What days would be the best? That is showing interest, absolutely, because everywhere else you can see what not showing interest looks like, and every other example is like, no, I'm busy here, I'm busy here, I'm busy here. And funny thing, just a little mention. The first thing where he says, oh, what's the when's the best day to come? Every single thing after that is him saying, nope, don't want to go, consistently. No, don't not being a fucking dickhead about it, because he still is doing business deals, but everything after that is, oh, our schedules won't line up. Aside from Jeffrey Epstein coming to SpaceX, and miraculously Elon Musk is not available that day when he fucking lives there.
But all right, though. Let's go ahead and move on. Me and you had a nice little back and forth about that one. But shout out to Toe. She says, "Say, can you play the Fox interview where Trump was asked about releasing the Epstein files, and somehow people still think he campaigned on it?" And I got you, Tove. I'll see if I can go ahead and bring it up real quick. And don't forget, Obama was mentioned many times.
Already in the chat. Can't go doesn't mean don't want to go. Have you never, ever been in a conversation where you're trying to let someone down without ruffling feathers?
True.
It's easier to say, I can't do something, not I don't want to do something. Like, come on.
That's true. I get that one. But all right, man, let's get over to our guy Rubio and low-key playing to what Tove was super chatting. Yeah, guys, you got to remember, we actually watched that Fox News interview. He didn't really campaign on it. He said, I'll see about that one. He did say yes to JFK and MLK, and they got released. Those actually got released, but it's the Epstein files that he was kind of like iffy on. He was like,
people in his campaign were demanding that he did it vocally on the campaign trail. You can find instances of Pam Bondi saying, we're going to release the Epstein files. You can find instances of Kash Patel saying, we're going to do this, we're going to investigate this. And fucking, like, pre-election night, everybody was talking about the Epstein files except for Trump. I mean, he made claims against Bill and Hillary Clinton about them being in the Epstein files. Now we know it's because he was an informant for the FBI. And he, like, it's funny. It's funny how all that plays full circle, and everybody has this freaking selective amnesia about the people that are on their team.
Man,
and it's like,
like, really? But all right, though, man. Let's go ahead and get it right into our man Rubio. Apparently, he pissed a lot of people off with this.
Appreciate it. And I'll be brief in my opening statement so we can leave more time for questions. I've submitted a written statement, but I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to talk to you guys for a few minutes. And
All right, here we go. Suspend. You know the drill. Off to jail. That's a 1-year ban from the committee. Anyone who is a persistent violator will be banned for 3 years. So don't know whether the guy falls in that category. Looks like it. I hope after 3 years he'll find a more productive means of employment. Secretary Rubio, we have 2 hearings a week. You know, you seem to have a more robust following than most of our witnesses that come before us. But anyway,
there'll be a couple more. So thank you for stopping the clock, but I appreciate it. So. And I know there's a lot of other topics you're going to ask me about, so we can talk about those, including the ones that Senator Shaheen just outlined. But let me just talk about Venezuela in particular.
Please.
I think we can talk if you want. I'm sure your questions will be about what happened before and led up to in the operation. I want to focus my comments this morning on what happens now moving forward, because you're going to ask about the going back. And let me just say this. What is our goal going in? We had in our hemisphere a regime operated by an indicted narco trafficker that became a base of operation for virtually every competitor, adversary, and enemy in the world. It was, for Iran, their primary spot of operation in the Western Hemisphere was Venezuela. For Russia, their primary base of operation in the Western Hemisphere, along Cuba and Nicaragua, was Venezuela. In the case of China, China was receiving oil at a huge, about $20 a barrel discount. And they weren't even paying money for it. It was being used to pay down debt that they were owed. This is the oil of the people of Venezuela, and it was being given to the Chinese as barter at a 20%, at a $20 discount per barrel in some cases. And so you had basically 3 of our primary opponents in the world operating from our hemisphere from that spot. It was also a place where you had a narco trafficking regime that openly cooperated with the FARC and the ELN and other drug trafficking organizations using their national territory. It was an enormous strategic risk for the United States, not halfway around the world, not in another continent, but in the hemisphere in which we all live. And it was having dramatic impacts on us, but also on Colombia and on the Caribbean basin and all sorts of other places. It was an untenable situation, and it had to be addressed. And it was addressed. And now the question becomes what happens moving forward. As I've described to you in previous settings and in individual conversations, we had 3 objectives here. The final, I'll work it backwards, because the end state here is we want to reach a phase of transition where we are left with a friendly, stable, prosperous Venezuela, and democratic, in which all elements of society are represented in free and fair elections. By the way, you can have elections. You can have elections all day. But if the opposition has no access to the media, if opposition candidates are routinely dismissed and unable to be on the ballot because the government, those aren't free and fair elections. That's the end state that we want. Free, fair, prosperous, and friendly Venezuela. We're not going to get there in 3 weeks. It's going to take some time. And so objective number 1 was stability. In the aftermath of the removal of Maduro, the concern was what happens in Venezuela? Is there civil war? Do the different factions start going at each other? Are 1 million people crossing the border into Colombia? All of that has been avoided. And one of the primary ways that it has been avoided is the ability to establish direct, honest, respectful, but very direct and honest conversations with the people who today control the elements of that nation, meaning the law enforcement, the government apparatus, et cetera. And one of the tools that's available to us is the fact that we have sanctions on oil. There is oil that is sanctioned that cannot move from Venezuela because of our quarantine. And so what we did is we entered into an arrangement with them. And the arrangement is this: on the oil that is sanctioned in quarantine, we will allow you to move it to market. We will allow you to move it to market at market prices, not at the discount China was getting. In return, the funds from that will be deposited into an account that we will have oversight over. And you will spend that money for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Why was that important? Venezuela was running out of storage capacity. Okay, they were producing oil, they were drilling oil, they had nowhere to put it. They had nowhere to move it, and they were facing a fiscal crunch. They needed money in the immediacy to fund the police officer, the sanitation workers, the daily operations of government. And so we've been able to create a short-term mechanism. This is not going to be the permanent mechanism, but this is a short-term mechanism in which the needs of the Venezuelan people can be met through a process that we've created, where they will submit every month a budget of this is what we need funded. We will provide for them at the front end what that money cannot be used for. And they've been very cooperative in this regard. In fact, they have pledged to use a substantial amount of those funds to purchase medicine and equipment directly from the United States. As in fact, one of the things they need is dilutin, depending how you want to pronounce it. And that basically is the light crude that you need to mix with their heavy crude in order for the oil to be able to be mixed and moved. They used to get 100% of that from Russia. They are now getting 100% of that from the United States.
Yep.
So we're using that short.
Oh yeah, bro, Monty, we're now the #1 producer of oil in the world.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm listening and I'm looking for the controversial thing that he said. What did he say that was so controversial?
Pretty much
all of
laying
those
down.
things are good. All of those things are good for Venezuela, good for the United States, America first. And
Bro, and you know what? Actually, it's a perfect time to play this video right here, because dog, we're really about to flip the whole financial market on his head. And also, yes, we now have like the #1 oil reserves in the world because we're taking their oil and putting it in our oil reserves. It's like overnight, bro. This whole happened like,
you know what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of? So I when I was in foster care, my the sister of my foster mother ran a company called it was for benefit management of people that were on welfare but were like drug addicts or had problems or whatever. So they needed somebody to watch over their finances so that they didn't put themselves in a hole. And that's what the US looks like it's doing right now. The fucking Venezuelan people have been starving at the hand of Maduro. They took Maduro out. And now they're like, we're going to give you 100% of everything that's owed to you. We're not going to take your oil at a, you know, I guess if oil is $80 a barrel and they're getting it for 60, that's a 25% discount. We're not going to take it at a 25% discount. We're going to take it at what the market price is. And so they're going to get money for their oil. They're going to buy things from us that they need to make their oil more valuable. We're going to buy that.
And then they're gonna sell it to us.
They're going to sell it to us, and we're gonna give them the money in a essentially a trust account that says you can spend the money on these things that we have determined will benefit your people, because you can't determine how to govern your own country, as evidenced by Chavez and Maduro.
Okay, we can't trust you not to send that money to Russia and China.
Exactly. And so here's the money you can spend here's the money that you can spend things on. And, you know, it better be going to the good of your people, not to your own corruption. What is wrong with that?
Well, Joel, check this out, my man. Oh, and shout out to my man, Anthony. He done give 2 memberships. I think it was one to, let me see here. I think it was Nurse Irving who got a membership, which I thought she already had one. And then, of course, the other one was, trying to find out, Anthony Thomas. So shout out to you guys. I mean, wow, and Anthony giving an Andy a membership. You gotta love it. But all right, guys, let's get right back.
I thought Nurse Irving was a mod.
She's a mod, but she's a member now.
We just saw over the past 48 hours in just 1 week after President Trump came back from that globalist enclave of Davos, we are watching a new world order unfolding right before our eyes. And I'm not being hyperbolic about it, because this past Friday, we witnessed the start of the Great Reset. 3 million Epstein files dumped on us, which are disgusting and disturbing to say the least. We also on Friday saw the biggest one-day drop in the precious metals market in history. And right now, as I'm recording this on this Sunday morning, we are watching something huge happening, a massive arbitrage happening between the Chinese precious metals markets, London precious metals markets, U.S. precious metals markets. Right now, Gold is the indicator that a full-blown reset is upon us. Look over here at the U.S. ready to bomb Iran. Look over here at these new Epstein files. But if you look over here, there's something massive happening that's resetting everything right now. So I want to connect the dots for you today with 4 key.
Oh, shout out to for also gifting a membership. Appreciate the support, sis. And that
Hold
leaves us
on.
at 48. Yeah.
Pause. Someone said the stolen oil is in the money from the stolen oil is in an account that Trump manages. First of all, the oil is not stolen. It was bought by the only people that they're legally allowed to sell it to because there's sanctions on them, as drafted by the UN and us that we are executing. It's not stealing oil when you buy it for market price.
Yeah.
We're just not allowing you to sell it to China.
Well, I know if he's talking about the oil that we seized, then sure. But I mean, now, we're doing them better than China and Russia. We're buying at market price instead of
We
them
seized
selling it
oil that
below
was under a
market
Russian
price.
flag.
And then here's the thing, when they sell it below market price, this is why their whole economy is falling apart.
sucks.
Yeah,
Yep.
because the people since they're selling it so low, only so many people can get paid off that sale, and it all goes to the top, while the people at the bottom are kind of just kick rocks.
Yeah, they're slaves in the oil market. Like they're the grunts that are not getting paid but $1 a month. Like, what are you? Good God! Like the common sense that you must ignore to come to that conclusion is baffling. You, sir, deserve a medal.
Key parts of this story as I see them. Okay, 4 key parts. But first, some context here, because on Friday, President Trump nominated Kevin Warsh as the new Fed chairman. And yes, there's a lot of baggage that comes with this guy. Heck, the guy's in the freaking Epstein files. Like, couldn't have picked another guy? Anyway, I'm going to do a deep dive on him soon, but not in today's video. But just so you understand, he hates stimulus money, this Kevin Warsh. He hates stimulus. He hates quantitative easing. He voted against it. He thinks correctly that it pushes inflation higher. Could have used him during the Biden years.
Yeah.
He also changed his mind on interest rates. He used to believe that higher interest rates were good for the U.S. dollar, not any longer. He also believes the Fed shouldn't hold this much debt on its balance sheets. He wants the Fed to slash its balance sheets, which will also lead to lower interest rates. So this is a huge move.
Yeah.
What? There's people out there that actually think a quantitative easing, which is just printing more money and increasing the supply of money, is good for the economy?
Yeah, bro. Oh, yes, bro. I remember that was like I remember when I was in economics course, they was teaching me that was something good. I was like, do the quantitative easing, we can do this and that. I'm just like, wait, what? Printing more money. Like, you just got done teaching me how printing more money increases inflation in the supply of money. Like, what are you saying?
So you're only supposed to do the only time a quantitative easing is supposed to be done is when your population outgrows the supply of money, and then you have hyperinflation or hyperdeflation. You do quantitative easing so you don't have hyperdeflation. You don't put yourself in a depression because people literally don't have the money. You don't do a quantitative easing because you owe people money and you want to dilute the value. That's what China does. That's why China's money is worthless.
Yeah. But bro, trust me, dog. If you ever took an economics class, it's going to confuse you because it's kind of like, hold on, they'll tell you one thing and then tell you another thing at the same damn time. That's why I never got the whole quantitative easing. I'm like, in a certain situation, yeah, that would work. But how they try to reference it for how it could be used in today's time, I was like, no,
our population is not growing at such a rate.
Yeah, we haven't had a baby boom in decades.
Yeah, and we did quantitative easings when we got off the gold standard. That's essentially what getting off the gold standard is doing a quantitative easing that displaces gold as the driver behind the asset. You put more money in than you have gold to back it, and that's what a quantitative easing is. So what?
Yeah, I know, bro, Democrats. Democrats and Republicans, actually. There was very few of them, but I remember Democrats, that was their main thing. Joe Biden was talking about it. Obama used it a little bit.
Obama did it 3 times, I think. And that's
that's why a lot of people see it as a success story, because Obama used it and it did help out at that time, though. in that special
Obama
time.
did it when after we had a financial collapse. One quantitative easing was all that needed to be done to spur up the economy, because literally people had no value, and the only way to give value back to the people was to dilute the value of the people that stole the money.
Yeah, well,
Like,
here's the problem with that one. It's
what?
like everybody thought that was the end all be all. Like, oh, all right, well, we'll just use it anytime we need money. We need to get the economy back on track.
No,
Yep.
that literally goes against the saying money doesn't grow on trees. No, it just comes out of the Fed at a rapid rate.
Bro, they was trying to jam the triangle block in the circle hole. Okay, bro.
Bro.
That's literally what they were doing. I was like, trust me, when I read about this in economics, I was like, bro, what the fuck were we doing back then? Like, are you serious? Like, bro,
I didn't get to vote for this shit.
It's like, bro, I was a kid when this happened, bro. If I was a grown ass adult, I'd have been upset with you guys.
I mean, that is, people bitch and like, oh, my parents bought a house for a nickel and a ham sandwich, and I can't get one without half my arm and half my leg. That's why, you dipshit.
And then you want to vote for more of it. But all right, let's get back to this guy. Oh, and shout out Toe. She says trying to get the call in. He's like trying to get that call in open. Almost. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, China is worthless. Period. Well, their dollar's worthless. I'll tell you that.
Their currency, the yen, is worthless,
bro.
And that's because they do. We hear this number like, oh, China owns a lot of people's debt. Here's the thing: the reason they own everybody's debt is because their own currency is worthless. It's like, we'll give you, like, what? Oh my God. So you have an economy built off of debt, and literally, I think the Senate had to pass a bill that said that the President Obama was not allowed to mint a $1 trillion coin, because he started talking about that and saying, oh yeah, we'll just mint the money that we owe to everybody and get ourselves out of debt. And they're like, that will crash the fucking economy. Bruh. You can't do that. And they passed the law saying you couldn't do it. Because even dumbass senators understand that quantitative easing or producing more money will devalue the money you have.
Yep. And you know what's crazy? Any economist that said different, bro, they just shamed them. I mean, that's all you got to do. But all right, back to this guy.
What the fuck?
And this move, though, means that we are effectively in a new dollar era right now. The globalists are terrified of us owning any kind of precious metals, dumping U.S. dollars. So everything is changing right now before our eyes. So along with this new dollar era, we are in a new petrodollar era. And this is important because if you're paying attention to the last cabinet meeting, the United States is now the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world.
All of a sudden, we are now the largest producers. Like,
which is a good thing. A good thing for the American dollar.
We did it, guys.
Because here's how that works, right? Let me explain to you what being the largest producer of oil and natural gas, you know, the thing that runs the fucking world, despite what the climate experts want to say. When you're the largest producer, you are no longer reliant on other people. So when you're no longer reliant on other people, except to just literally do trades across the board, now you take America out of that pot. Because the world is at the mercy of America when it comes to oil now, being the largest producer. So you take a total pie of the amount of oil that's produced. This is a pie situation. Economics is not a pie situation. Oil is, because it's a scarce commodity. When you take that piece of pie out and you fill it back in with you redo the pie chart. Now you have to go off of what everybody else has. When you go off of what everybody else has, the supply and demand curve for them makes their oil more expensive, like what they're willing to pay for it. And mind you, we're immune to that because we're the ones producing it. So you destabilize. That's why Saudi Arabia is so fucking rich, because they were the biggest producer for a while. We are now going to experience the same things Saudi Arabia experienced, because everybody's beholden to us, or at least in some part of the process. And we are immune from that.
Yeah, you're right. And oh yeah, and shout out to my man Jet. He says Yeah, they steal, and apparently military tech is worthless too. I mean, bro, they water down, they steal. They water down, they steal, and sell it around the world for cheap. And then their military tech, I mean, bro, like if you bought their jets, you're sending it back. I mean, bro, the Chinese radar that Venezuela used, how did that help them? Not too much.
Stop, Set. That's wrong. It was Russian radar.
Okay.
But I guess it came from China. Yeah, I mean, it's
don't
not
tell me,
Chinese, but
bro. If Russia's using Chinese radar, they might be cooked. But apparently these guys had what? They had Russian missile defense systems. They had Chinese radars, Chinese missile defense systems that ended up backfiring. So,
well, because they can't sustain it for one, and they don't know how to use it for two. And it doesn't. It's not just It's not like a video game where you just fucking pop a UAV out and you can see everybody. There's ways to defeat radar. We know how to defeat the radar.
Bro, you hear about that crazy shit that's going down in China?
What's not going down? What's going on? People jumping out of Foxconn again?
Oh, Lord. All right, bro, check this out.
Something big is about to happen in China. President Trump and NATO have openly confirmed that a civil conflict is brewing inside the Chinese Communist Party's own military. According to internal CIA intelligence, Zhang Yuxia, one of China's most powerful generals and second only to Xi Jinping himself, has been detained over allegations that he leaked China's nuclear weapons intelligence to the United States. But that is not all. Zhang is also accused of plotting to overthrow Xi Jinping and the Communist Party in order to seize power for himself. The twist is this: the generals under Zhang's command are openly defying Xi's decision. They have made their position clear. If Xi does not release Zhang Yuxia, they are prepared to break away from China entirely and fight to the very end. Meanwhile, the United States has confirmed imminent changes to its military deployment across the Indo-Pacific. The truth is, Washington sees an opportunity, and it intends to exploit the chaos. In fact, this could be a once-in-a-century moment for the United States, a historic chance to finally cripple its greatest rival while the system fractures from within. Right now, the Chinese Communist Party is in complete chaos, and at this point, anything can happen.
But wait, Monty.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I
wait,
fucking tell you?
Monty. There's more. Because yes, you were right. But trust me, it gets even more complicated with this.
So it is very clear at this point, if there is going to be a third world war, China is going to be responsible for it, because Jing Yuxia, who's their main general, was just arrested where he's being called a traitor against China and selling nuclear secrets from China to the United States. But it's all a lie, and this is how he's actually being screwed over, because China wants to take over Taiwan. First off, just a little background. China's main general is actually longtime friends with Xi, who is the president of China and also considered their dictator, where they actually knew each other in childhood, and because of that, the general has the ability to talk to the president in ways that other people are too afraid to. With this general is he's actually one of the more anti-war people in China, because he served in the Chinese-Vietnam War that happened in 1979, which only went for about 3-4 months, but there were 50,000 Chinese soldiers lost, and he actually has held this depression for decades in his life because he said there were so many bodies he couldn't recover for a war that he thought was preventable. But now the story that the Chinese government is trying to tell people is this man right here is a traitor, where after over 50 years of serving his country in the military, he actually was selling nuclear secrets to the American government for about $1 million, and because of that, he's being arrested and he might actually be killed. You know, that's the story China's trying to tell. There are the anti-communists within China showing this guy's story because they have had communication with him, and he said he never betrayed the United States, but instead the issue is he just disagrees with China's leadership because he doesn't want to ever invade Taiwan. Basically what's going on with Xi, China's president, he is getting older and he doesn't have a clear successor, but also at the same time, he doesn't feel like he has a legacy at this point, where he's never actually won a great war. So at the end of the day, his legacy will be known for bringing malls to China and other things like that, but he thinks he needs this war to make himself seem like this great leader, and uniting Taiwan and China as one is how he wants to do it. It was reported through leaks that when he met with Joe Biden while he was president of the United States, he actually told him that they did plan on taking over Taiwan eventually, and he thought it would be this very quick process that could last a week. Sounds kind of familiar because the last time a world leader said that, it was Vladimir Putin, where he had the goal of conquering Ukraine, and he told the people of Russia that it was going to be a 72-hour mission and they'd have Ukraine, and now it's gone on for 3 years. The country's gone broke doing it, and they've lost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the process. And that's exactly what this general told Xi would happen if China tries to conquer Taiwan, where it's not going to be this week-long war. There'd be this massive issue going on where the United States and Europe would take Taiwan's side, and then because of that, they'd lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers' lives, and they actually could go bankrupt in the process trying to fund a war they can't win. Basically, the general who's known Xi since childhood, he went to him and said, hey, this is what's going on right now. You have a bunch of yes men who are going to follow you because they think it'll advance you, but then other people within your own party are saying, okay, we'll let him invade Taiwan, but if it doesn't work, we're going to kill him and remove him from office. So this general was actually trying to take Xi's side, saying, hey, you need to not do this. The only thing that might have been treasonous that the general did was he did meet with the United States and did discuss the possibility of a Taiwanese-Chinese war, and basically the U.S. generals told him, this is what we're going to do, we're going to target these territories, and it could be hundreds of thousands of lives lost if it happened. So China's story that this guy's a traitor makes no sense at all because he's already wealthy from his work in the military, and he's been so loyal for decades, it would make no sense that he would do this. And with that, I'm Charles Pearl, Red, Blue, and you subscribe to learn something.
What did I fucking tell you? What did I tell you?
Bro, I know you're right, and it even comes with a childhood betrayal story. It's like, wow.
Oh, man.
Like, bro,
It's
we were
almost
all
like if you
calling
pay
this. We were
attention-
all calling the downfall of China for a while now.
Woo! It's almost like if you cut them off and choke them out, their military's not strong enough to fight back. They will collapse from the inside. Man, what did I tell you? Can we do Russia next?
Man, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Apparently, Russia got a little bit more going on than China, but we'll see.
Yeah, because China. Let's not forget, China cannot produce oil. All the oil that comes into China comes from somewhere else.
Yeah, Iran or
So-
Russia and other places.
Iran or Russia by way of Venezuela.
Yep, you're right. But all right, though, let's get right back into it.
And this is important because if you're paying attention to the last cabinet meeting, the United States is now the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. This means the new petrodollar structure isn't sitting in Saudi Arabia anymore. It's now in the United States. And the trifecta here that just happened is a new plan for the US dollar at the Fed, the precious metals market dropping like a bomb thanks to speculators dumping their holdings and everyone taking profits, and then the US control over the petrodollar, energy policy. So all of this just happened basically on Friday. The petrodollar system was controlled by OPEC, were the source of endless Middle Eastern wars. This has now changed, meaning no one can shake Washington down on energy anymore. We produce more than you do. That makes every American 1,000 times safer as long as we don't continue to do Israel's bidding and bomb Middle East countries. We'll see what Trump does there. And if you really want to make America safe, stop listening to that demon Netanyahu and actually bring our troops home out of the Middle East, 50,000 of them back to the U.S. We've got our own problems here at home to deal with. But the neocon Fox News crowd would love nothing more than for Trump to kiss Netanyahu's ass and do whatever he wants.
Okay, let's bring in former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo, a Fox News contributor.
But one thing at a time. And just so you understand what happened on Friday, with everyone selling off silver and gold, I mean, a few weeks ago, the U.S. stole Venezuela's oil. It's ours now. China was pissed.
Oh, that.
They are one of Venezuela's largest oil partners, settling these transactions in the Chinese yuan instead of U.S. dollars. While America swoops in,
Partner is a very
kidnaps-
loose term when you're buying it at a 20% discount or $20 barrel discount.
But shout out to Toe. She says, off topic, but I have a camp granddad. It's stuck in my head. Letting China take Taiwan would be very bad for China. Well, yeah, honestly, it sounds like if these guys would try to get into it with Taiwan, it's like, let's be real, they're not us. So they're not just gonna go in there and sweep Taiwan. No, they're gonna get drugged out. It's gonna be like their Vietnam, and it's not gonna look good. And she will most likely be thrown out of power, most likely publicly executed. I don't know why, but that's what they like to do to dictators.
Pause.
Great.
Here's the thing, though. If Xi can learn from the United States and learn the lesson that's being taught to him right now, I don't think he realizes the lesson that's being taught to him. Just go steal their president.
I think that's the problem. I think we realize that China just don't got that military might like that to just go out there and start snatching presidents like we can.
But look at how they're preparing. Seriously, look from a military standpoint how they're preparing for war, because we know that they are. They are building the quote unquote largest navy for the Great China. But
No,
all
they
of their
want to do it.
hold on, all of their naval assets are designed to support an army. It's not designed to conduct, softening of the target. It's designed to get people to the mainland of Taiwan so that they can invade it. That doesn't work. They're preparing for the last war because they have no experience in war, and you need to prepare for the next war. They can't prepare for the next war, so it's anything. I honestly believe it'd be worse than Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, I do
It
too.
is.
I
It's
believe
going to
the
be a
same
Chinese
thing.
bloodbath.
It'd be way worse because at least Russia got some experience. These guys, no. It's like they might want to stick to playing the economic games, but I don't even think they can play those games anymore. But
No,
all right.
because we're taking that card away from them. I'm telling, bro.
we eating their cake
It
at
feels
this
so
point.
good to be vindicated.
But now, if you want an accurate description of what Trump did,
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
when a leader got when a leader got a country and they just let it get ran over by like Russia, but man, you don't know what to do with that, bro. Give me that. That's what we doing out here.
Because it's in our best interest. We do not need Russia and China operating in Venezuela. We just stopped that. Effectively stopped it.
Man.
By taking out one guy and sending a message that we can do it at any time. We've already rehearsed it, 2 years in advance, i.e. Cue that video from Fort Bragg that I sent you. We've already done it in real life. We've done it in real life, and none of your shit worked to stop us. In fact, you were puking on yourself and couldn't walk straight for a couple days after. Bro.
Yeah, it's tough. But all right, though, let's get back to this guy.
Venezuela's largest oil. But one thing at a time. And just so you understand what happened on Friday, with everyone selling off silver and gold, I mean, a few weeks ago, the U.S. stole Venezuela's oil. It's ours now. China was pissed. They are one of Venezuela's largest oil partners, settling these transactions in the Chinese yuan instead of U.S. dollars. Well, America swoops in, kidnaps Maduro, steals their oil, kills hundreds of people, by the way, which didn't get any headlines. China then responds, limiting silver export controls. Countries and banks panic. People buy up precious metals like crazy because now the United States and China relationship is heading for disaster. But then things suddenly turned around. The U.S. and China calmed down. Things started to get back to normal. Trump and Xi Jinping are going to actually spend the autumn together, maybe holding hands and walking amongst the leaves. I don't know.
Right.
Like they like each other again. So then Friday, it all comes to a head, right? Oh, things are calming down between the U.S. and China. All these leveraged bets and Wall Street speculators who overbought on the China tension, they bought tons of silver and gold. They suddenly decide to take profits, dumping it.
Yep.
The markets tumble.
Pump and dump.
But normal people like me just doubled down and bought more silver and gold on Friday. Hey, buy the dip when these idiots play this speculation game. I don't want to have anything to do with those morons. Which brings me to the four main points that I wanted to make that a lot of people are missing in this whole story. Number one, Trump wants a weaker U.S. dollar. And that's why I'm buying as much silver and gold as I can get my hands on.
Well, I'm a person that likes a strong dollar. But a weak dollar makes you a hell of a lot more money.
What people don't understand is that Trump doesn't want to push up higher inflation or debase the currency. That's a conspiracy theory. He wants a weaker currency because the U.S. now controls the world's energy markets. Yep. He's trying to turn the U.S. into a manufacturing hub and massive exports to other countries instead of us importing everything from China and Vietnam.
Which is good for American consumers, by the way.
Of course, all of this might blow up in his face. Consumers. I don't know. Might be the dumbest move ever, right? Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what he's doing. But certainly the Clinton, Bush, Obama era of shutting down all of our manufacturing destroyed our country. So what choice do we have? Does he have? In order to compete with China and India, he believes we need a weaker U.S. dollar. a weaker currency, just like the Chinese yuan is weaker. And India's rupee, which is basically in the toilet as we speak. It just hit an all-time low. It's one of the worst performing currencies in Asia. So he believes we need a weaker US dollar to create a manufacturing boom in the United States to compete with China, India.
Yep.
So this is a new era that we are entering in. This isn't some small policy tweak. It's an intentional move that could last a decade or more. Again, it could be a disaster, total disaster. We won't know for sure for a while, that's for sure. But certainly we're sitting in a disaster right now thanks to Obama, Biden, and Clinton. Now, the second point that we need to make is this is the end of the Fed's independence. So since 2008, the Fed has essentially become more independent. I know they're not technically independent. They still have to answer to Congress, but give me a break. So they dropped interest rates to nearly zero back then, created a housing crisis. No one did anything to stop them. No one stepped in and said, don't do.
I mean, and that's the truth. Shout out to my man. He said, DD Gaming. He says, good news for my manufacturing company. I mean, facts.
So,
And this was the plan.
all of this is good for one thing. Okay. Regulations from Democrats have increased minimum wages, which has increased taxes, which has increased government spending, which has increased inflation, which has made things unaffordable. If you actually correct real wages, right, and the real value of the dollar to and deflate the value of it, then what do you get? Your $20 an hour is now worth $15. Your $20 an hour is now worth $12 an hour, which is what you're actually worth, the value that you're actually worth. You have had hyperinflation because, or not hyperinflation because we haven't risen to that, but we've had 300% and 400% inflation, devalue the dollar, not by quantitative easing, not by increasing the supply of the dollar, but by giving opportunities for manufacturing to come in at one price and make money on that. Your 401k is going to go up. Everything's going to go up. Wealth is going to remain the same, but production is going to get cheaper. Which is fucking great. Production needs to be cheaper so that you don't have what you look at as a $3,500 iPhone right now. The iPhone might actually be $3,500, but it's going to feel like it's $1,000. Why? Because you've made manufacturing cheaper and weakened the value of the dollar so that you can later on go and make the value of the dollar stronger.
No, you said that right.
Yeah. And
Right.
I mean, it's very convoluted, and you have to follow the actual economics of it. But if that's the plan, that is a very good plan.
No, that's been the plan since day one. Like I kind of seen this coming from the get-go because it's like, bro, this is exactly what we need, even though we had to pull teeth with the Democrats, and we still are. But eventually,
but by fixing those problems, where people are jobless or where people can't afford things, we can come in and fill that gap and give people jobs, give people opportunities. Maybe you're not going to live in a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom mansion, but you'll be able to buy, a trailer. You can work your way up through it. There's a ladder being extended now to the lower income class so that they may get into the middle class, so that they may eventually become wealthy. That is how people have gotten wealthy throughout history. It's not because they just fucking beat their way to the top and went from poor to a multi-billionaire. No, they've moved with the market. And if you give people a boat, they can cross an ocean. If you tell them to swim, they're going to die.
All right, Mike. Here you go.
Do this. Obama certainly didn't. Now we're entering a collaboration era between the Treasury Department and the Fed. Scott Bessent and Kevin Warsh literally worked together under Stanley Druckenmiller. Their desks were side by side. This means we're heading for much lower interest rates. And if you lower the value of U.S. bonds and U.S. treasuries, then foreigners are going to dump those bonds.
Yep.
And that means those bonds will now come back home. And the United States will be sitting on that debt. I will own this debt, not China or Russia.
Exactly.
And we'll see what this means. This is a bombshell. I mean, this means that foreigners will not own these bonds anymore. American pension funds will. Now, what will they be worth? I don't know.
Less foreign influence.
So again, a lot we still don't know. But the next part of this like great reset that we're seeing, number 3 on this list, in my opinion, is energy wars. So what Trump is doing with energy is a total shift from the Obama-Biden era. We are entering a Trump energy war era. No bullets, no killing, but import and export wars over resources. The United States is now drilling and now producing more oil and natural gas than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. Energy is the Achilles heel of China. They are the biggest importer of oil in the world.
Yep.
Yes, they produce their own, but not nearly enough to survive, and they're the biggest importer in the world. They cannot function without it. They don't have enough of it. China retaliated with silver controls after Trump took over the Venezuelan oil fields. This is going to get much worse, guys, much worse. And the fourth part of this reset is that he needs Americans to go along with all of this volatility and all of this drama, which is tough, right? Will they? Will Americans go along with it? Well, according to sources I've spoken to in the Trump administration, Trump and his team see it like this. During the Obama, Clinton, Bush, Biden era, which Americans were rewarded with sending jobs overseas and manufacturing leaving the United States, thanks, it was the elites who benefited from all of it. The elites. Ross Perot nailed it when he said the middle class would suffer. He said there would be a giant sucking sound leaving the United States, and the average American would suffer.
And you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south.
He was right. Now Trump's team wants to stop that. They're planning to declare a housing emergency to lower interest rates, stop Wall Street from buying single-family homes, tariff dividends to Americans, those 1776 checks to veterans, U.S. veterans, lowering inflation, lower gas prices. Now, he knows that most Americans don't care about Ukraine. He knows that most families vote with their wallets, so ahead of the midterms, right? How's the economy doing right now if I'm going to go out and vote Republican or Democrat or whatever during the midterm elections? Is it helping or hurting me? Do I have a job, etc.? So this is a huge gamble that is all coming together right now in multiple parts as we speak. Now you have the MAGA Fox News crowd saying, see, Trump is Jesus Christ. He has it all figured out. He walks on water. Ignore everything in the Epstein files. Ignore all the times that Trump's name appears in the Epstein files or Bill Gates and all. Just forget about it.
1,580.
And then you have some economists saying this is a crazy move. Trump's insane. And it really doesn't matter how you feel about it. It's actually happening, right? You could be like angry liberal. You could be like MAGA cat turd. I'm excited about life. I love everything that Trump does. Doesn't matter. It's happening, right? So it's like, I want to understand how it's all happening. This reset is now officially here. So that's the news update part of the video. Now I want to talk to you about today's sponsor, which is tied to everything we just talked about. I don't know if you've been paying attention, and I don't know if you've been benefiting from.
But all right, though, back to our guy Rubio. Back to Rubio. Though. I have to go ahead and inform you guys on that and the good news on that part. Now, I know he had to add the caveat of the Epstein files, and trust me, if Trump is guilty as a pedophile, bro, trust me, we're gonna want him in jail. But I'm gonna be real with you. Imagine if he was, bro, and everything just went well, like everything just turned out the best, and the economy did great. And it'd be like an R. Kelly moment for us. It's like you're a pedophile, but your music is great. Like you're a pedophile, but God damn it, you was a good president, but you still got to go to jail, bro.
Yeah.
Like this is crazy.
I mean, two things can be true at the same time. Like we can put Donald Trump feet first in the wood chipper after he fixed the mess that everybody else has created for us.
Like literally, it's like, bro, we appreciate you, but you still got to go to jail. Like, man, yeah, you still got to go to jail. But we appreciate you though for grabbing the oil. Venezuela's you fix the economy. We don't got to rely on foreign influence on our bonds no more. Oh, but I appreciate that. But if you are guilty of pedophilia, you got to go to jail.
Yeah.
Term mechanism both to stabilize
play
the country,
favorites
but also to make sure that the oil proceeds that are currently being generated through the licenses will now begin to issue on the sanctioned oil goes to the benefit of the Venezuelan people, not to fund the system that existed in the past. The second is a period of recovery. And that is the phase in which you want to see a normalized oil industry. Again, look, we've got plenty of oil. There's plenty of oil all over the world. Canada produces heavy crude, so it's not like Venezuela's oil is unique in that regard, despite the fact they have the largest known reserves in the world. It's not irreplaceable. But we understand that that is the lifeline. Their natural resources are going to allow Venezuela to be stable and prosperous moving forward. And so we have created what we hope to do is transition to a mechanism that allows that to be sold in a normal way, a normal oil industry, not one dominated by cronies, not one dominated by graft and corruption. To that end, the authorities there deserve some credit. They have passed a new hydrocarbon law that basically eradicates many of the Chavez era restrictions on private investment in the oil industry. It probably doesn't go far enough to attract sufficient investment, but it's a big step from where they were 3 weeks ago. So that's a major change. We can address some of the other components, but I'll run out of time. But one of the parts of the transition phase or the recovery phase is beginning to create space for different voices inside of Venezuelan politics to have an ability to speak out. Part of that is the release of political prisoners. By some estimates, up to 2,000. They are releasing them. They are releasing them probably slower than I would like them to, but they are releasing them. And in fact, you're starting to see some of the people being released beginning to speak out and participate in political life in the country. We have a long ways to go. Look, we can talk in more detail about all of these things. Suffice it to say, I'm not here to claim to you this is going to be easy or simple. I am saying that in 3.5, almost 4 weeks, we are much further along on this project than we thought we would be, given the complexities of it going into it. And I recognize that it won't be easy. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we are dealing with people over there that have spent most of their lives living in a gangster paradise. So it's not going to be like from one day to the next, we're going to have this thing turn around overnight. But I think we're making good and decent progress. It is the best plan, and we are certainly better off today in Venezuela than we were 4 weeks ago. And I think and hope and expect that we'll be better off in 3 months, in 6 months, in 9 months than we would have been had Maduro still been there. So thank you.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Secretary Rubio, for being here. So some of the comments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are difficult to square with the record. The goalposts didn't move, nor did Maduro change. The only thing that changed was President Trump acted on what members of both parties said needed to happen. And did so, by the way, with an operation that will go down in history as one of the most impressive and tactically proficient to be ever carried out. So, Secretary Rubio, I'd like to get your response to a few yes or no questions. I know that's typically not your nature, but please bear with me here a moment, okay?
All right, let's hear them first. I hate game shows. Go ahead.
For years, the United States had a standing bounty on Nicolas Maduro, correct?
Have what, I'm sorry?
A standing bounty on Nicolas Maduro.
Oh, yes.
And that this bounty was increased by both the Biden and Trump administrations, correct?
Correct.
And despite that bounty, did Maduro remain in power?
Yes.
Did he continue to support drug traffickers?
Oh, yes.
Was Operation Absolute Resolve a law enforcement operation supported by the military?
It was.
Did that operation successfully remove Maduro and his wife, and they were taken into custody?
Yes. Great questions.
Thanks. Were any service members, law enforcement officers killed in that operation?
No. Not any of ours.
None of ours, right? Has there largely been a broad support across Latin America for Maduro's removal?
I mean, well,
not any of
ours.
ours.
Well, not our guys, but I'll tell you right now, but we got 100 dead Venezuelan soldiers and 32 Cuban ones. So, yeah, if you want to count them, sure, but not us.
America was in no harm.
Like, no American was harmed in this operation.
Yes.
And is the United States better off
emphasis on America
with Nicolas Maduro in custody?
Yes, and Venezuela too.
Right. I realize that you'll hear differing views during this hearing, but I want to at least offer my personal congratulations to you and everybody who helped carry this out, because the world is better off without Nicolas Maduro. A few weeks ago, you briefed the Senate on your three-phase plan. You've been talking about it here today on stabilization, recovery, and the transition in Venezuela. Is there anything this Congress can do to be helpful in executing on that plan?
There will be in time. There's no doubt about it. On the stabilization front, in order to stabilize it, for example, we're going to have to begin to provide some licenses to OFAC. So as an example, if a company wants to go down and explore the opportunity to do some economic activity in Venezuela, they will require a license from.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jordan. Sent the 5 in just to say my Bartle do, his favorite saying at this point. You know what? I'm just gonna accept it. Bartle do.
Treasury to be able to do that. And so that doesn't require congressional action, but I wanted you to be aware of it when you start to see some of these things. Some of these are just exploratory. The second is, I think in time, look, Venezuela is a very wealthy country. This is not a country that's going to require money from the United States to rebuild, to stabilize, to transition. It really isn't. It has the ability to be, and it has been historically, the wealthiest country in the Western Hemisphere, in Latin and South America, and in many cases. The problem is that the wealth of the country was being stolen. And so part of both the recovery and the transition phase is ensuring that you leave in place a prosperous, free, democratic, allied with the United States and friendly, but also prosperous Venezuela, where the resources of the country are being done responsibly, are being utilized responsibly and to the benefit of the people and their economy. So in time, I imagine we will be coming back to you with specific legislation that may be required to assist in that function. But we don't expect that this is going to require any spending on our part. On the contrary, unlike many of the other parts of the world we've gotten involved, we're not spending any money in Venezuela right now other than whatever it costs to stand up our embassy.
Let me switch gears on you a little bit. One of the common criticisms after Maduro's capture was that this would incentivize communist China to take similar actions in Taiwan. In my opinion, this couldn't be further from the truth. For starters, communist China doesn't care about international law or norms. They've demonstrated that repeatedly. Just ask the Philippines. Nor does it believe in international law, even applies to Taiwan. But most importantly, Xi Jinping's calculus on whether to take kinetic action against Taiwan rests solely on whether or not he believes he will be successful or not. In this sense, the tactical proficiency displayed during Operation Absolute Resolve may have actually given Xi more pause to take than in taking action in Taiwan. Because despite its massive military buildup, the PLA continues to lack the experience so clearly on display that the United States demonstrated in Maduro's capture. And the PLA leaders that do have combat experience, like General Zhang, just got purged, or at least one of them did. So, Secretary Rubio, do you believe that the operation to take Maduro into custody?
I remember we just covered that on how one of China's generals just got purged, General Zhang. Yeah, that's who we were talking about in this little video right
Something big is about to happen in China. President Trump and NATO have openly confirmed that a civil conflict is brewing inside the Chinese Communist Party's own military. According to internal CIA intelligence, Zhang Yuxia, one of China's most powerful generals and second only to Xi Jinping himself, has been detained over allegations that he leaked China's nuclear weapons intelligence to the United States. But that is not all. Zhang is also accused of plotting to overthrow Xi Jinping and the Communist Party in order to seize power for himself. The twist is this: the generals under Zhang's command are openly defying Xi's decision. They have made their position clear. If Xi does not release Zhang Yuxia, they are prepared to break away from China entirely and fight to the very end. Meanwhile, the United States has confirmed imminent changes to its military deployment across the Indo-Pacific. The truth is, Washington sees an opportunity, and it intends to exploit the chaos. In fact, this could be a once-in-a-century moment for the United States, a historic chance to finally cripple its greatest rival while the system fractures from within. Right now, the Chinese Communist Party is in complete chaos, and at this point, anything can happen.
And that's what they were talking about.
Will have any impact on Communist China's actions or intentions toward Taiwan?
No, look, the situation on Taiwan is a Xi legacy project that he's made very clear that that's what he intends to do. Yeah. And that's going to be irrespective of anything that happens in the world. Your point, though, is well taken, and that is the U.S. in conducting this operation, I think, was certainly startling to China, to Russia, to Iran.
And remember, Xi went to Biden and told Biden to his face that he plans on taking Taiwan. So, yeah, we've been knew what Xi wanted to do.
To any adversary around the world, because the U.S. is the only country in the world, in the world that could have done this operation.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just real briefly, I just mentioned General Zhang getting purged here. He was obviously a very important official in China. Can you share with us just your assessment on what that means, that Xi just purged one of these?
Well, this is, I think, part of a pattern we've seen over the last few years, which is a purge of leaders in their military. They're spending a lot of money on their military, and obviously some of these guys are stealing that money, and they're trying to address that. So it's an issue internally in their system. They're obviously not sharing with us or talking to us in depth about any of that, but it's certainly something we watch with interest.
Thank you. I'm pleased that we are looking at a diplomatic presence in Venezuela in the near future. I think that's very important. But the DEA has reportedly identified Delcy Rodriguez as a significant actor in the drug trade. Do you agree with that? And
well, I do. I mean, I'll be real with you. She was working right there with Maduro, but we made a deal. Obviously, she's the one who gave us the drop on Maduro, so that's why she's in power still. And she knows how to talk well to the regime. So she's the best spokesman between, the Maduro regime and, well, the ex-Maduro regime and the Trump administration. It's just the best. It's best to keep it like that until next elections.
if you do, how are we to assure the American people that the money that's going to Venezuela is not going to any of the cartels or drug running?
Yeah, and well, first of all,
I mean, because Trump already's made that promise. He's like, look, we're not gonna kidnap you in the night like Maduro. Well, he pretty much said we'll just bomb him. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're not gonna betray us. Because I mean, who wants to just get bombed? Nobody wants that for themselves.
On the first point, I would say she's not indicted the way Maduro and his wife were. So I'm not going to speculate about newspaper articles and what law enforcement is working on. If in fact there were such an investigation, that's something that we would speculate on. Suffice it to say that this was not a normal system. We all should stipulate to that, okay? That regime, as everyone understood, was held together by corruption. The glue that kept people together was not loyalty to Maduro. It was the fact that these 5 guys had 5 separate oil fields that were assigned to them. These people had drug routes.
I understand that.
So that's going to be
I'm not defending the regime. In fact, I'm concerned that we haven't really changed the regime enough, and that America's dollars are still going to drug runners and to significant.
Yeah, look, I had that same concern as well until I found out that they've pretty much been working with the Trump administration. They're giving over their oil and access to their resources. So trust me, I had the same concerns as well, lady. But the way it seems right now is that, yeah, we took Maduro, we let the VP, but it seems like the VP might have been the one that sold out Maduro since she's working oh so well with us. Now, that may change, but right now she's playing ball. And shout out to Toe. She said, this is enough for conspiracy hour. Like, why not, Toe? Why not? And also, shoot, did you have a special video you want me to do, or did you want me to choose? Because I do have a Wi-Files video that we can always watch.
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Organizations who we don't want to have benefit from the funding that we're selling now of oil and providing to the Venezuelan government.
Look, I acknowledge that we are dealing with, I told you, with individuals that have been involved in things that in our system would not be acceptable to us in the long term. By no means is our policy to leave in place something permanent that's as corrupt as you've described. We are in the transition and stabilization phase. We are just acknowledging reality, and that is you have to work with the people that are in charge of the elements of government.
Okay, but
now what are the
and I would tell her this. I'm like, lady, look, we gotta be delicate with this. There's literally people, militias, citizen militia groups in the streets right now with guns talking about bring Maduro back. Like, I'm sorry, but we just can't take over take out the entire government when these are literally the only people these people are willing to listen to and stand down.
Let me put a pause. Let me put a pause on that for a second.
Go.
Why is this a public hearing if she's going to ask questions like that? We want to maintain trust with her, with the Venezuelan government as it stands right now, so that we can later on get a different government in power. Why is she basically asking him to say, yeah, we want her too, we're just not going to do it yet?
He's like, bro, how reckless that would be. Like, all right, way to put her on guard, bro.
Jesus Christ.
Like, dang, like, do you not know what diplomacy is? Like, look, man, we got to work with dictators. We work with dictators. We work with, supreme leaders. We work with kings. I mean, like, come on now, guys. We got to be real with ourselves. Like, look, as long as it's not happening in the U.S., we're good.
This is the type of person that asks the question, why aren't we just going and installing freedom everywhere? Like, our military ain't that big.
And I'm like, didn't y'all want this?
That is exactly what they want. And that's what they said that Trump would do. And now that he's not doing it, they're asking why he's not doing it. I'm so confused, man. I'm so confused.
Sure, people that money is not going, continuing to go to the drug cartels?
Right. So that's the process that I outlined to you. So on the sanctioned oil, the oil that requires U.S. permission to move, that oil, the proceeds of that oil, which by the way is being sold at market price, not at the discount Venezuela was being forced to sell, is being deposited into an account that ultimately will become a U.S. Treasury blocked account here in the United States. They will submit, at the front end, say, this is what this money can be spent on these things. We will submit to them. They will submit to us a budget request. We want to use this money for these things. And part of the proceeds will go to fund a audit process to make sure that that's how the money is being spent.
So
and that's how we intend to handle those funds in the short term.
There's an actual audit process that's been set up. Who is
It will be set up, and
responsible?
we have a couple options. One option is the XM Bank. They have expertise as bankers and being able to do some of that option. There may be some others in place. We haven't finalized what that audit process would be. We've only made one payment, and that payment we did, and retrospectively will be audited. But it was important we made that payment because they had to meet payroll. They had to keep sanitation workers, police officers, government workers on staff. It was a $300 million payment.
Right. So it's been reported that the oil sold for $500 million, that $300 million went to Venezuelan government. What happened to the other $200 million?
It's still sitting in the account, is my understanding at this time.
The account in Qatar?
Well, the account, yes, but that will ultimately be that's a short-term account. Ultimately, it will be a user.
No, and which is grimy, bro. That's grimy as hell how we did them. The only reason why we put it in Qatar, and it's not because, to scam the American people or the Venezuelan people. No, it's to scam the creditors of Venezuela, which is China and Russia. Yeah, mainly those two. They can't collect their debt.
We moved it. Yeah, we moved it out of Venezuela so that China couldn't go collect on their debts.
Yeah, like the accounts that they have access to collect on their debt, we've emptied them and moved it to Qatar.
And go ahead and
like,
Qatar,
hey,
China.
yo. I ain't gonna lie, if I was China or Russia, you know how mad I'd be. I'd be like, bro, they owe us like $300 billion. You tell me I can't get it? Like,
Yes, because fuck you. We're not
they
your
gave
friends.
it to the cowheads in Qatar. What do you mean? Like, bro, I would have been so
We're not
pissed.
your friends. We're not here to collect a debt for you. We're here to stabilize the Western Hemisphere on our behalf.
And
Fuck
once again,
China. I don't
shout out to
mind
Qatar.
that China. I don't mind that China is, going a little hungry tonight. Maybe they'll oust their leader, like what's happening right now. Oh my goodness, it's almost like this was by design.
Man,
maybe Russia will stop invading Ukraine because they're running out of money. Maybe all of these things will be solved. Whoa!
But let's not forget who the real MVP of this is. Shout out to Qatar.
U.S. Treasury blocked account in the United States.
And will it also be audited?
Correct. Well,
and shout out to she said probably asked that on purpose. Yeah, most likely they're trying to catch him up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean it's about they're trying to. The way I see it, the way these questions are posed, they're trying to get rid of the Trump administration's legitimacy in diplomatic relations. And that's treasonous is what that is.
Facts.
Audit will be on the expenditures. At the front end, we'll tell them this is what the money can be spent on. Again, I'm not talking about all the other revenues the Venezuelan government may have. We're talking about the revenues from the sanctioned oil. At the front end, we will say this is what the allowable expenses are. And then they will agree to fund as part of the overall cost. They will pay for and fund an audit system acceptable to us to ensure that that's how the money was spent.
And can you report to this committee once that audit system is set up?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'd like to change the topic.
I mean, yeah, you can't fund cartels or fund foreign governments if we run your books. It's like, yeah, we control your accounting. We do your auditing. I mean, if a penny moves out of place, it's going to be trouble.
Yep.
In my short time that I have left, because when you were a member of this committee, you authored legislation to prevent President Trump from unilaterally leaving NATO, you and Senator Kaine. Do you still believe that the U.S. benefits from NATO?
We do. I mean, but NATO needs to be reimagined as well in terms of the obligations. And this is not new to this president. Multiple presidents have complained about it.
I
think this president just complains about it louder than other presidents.
Well, I'm just trying to be clear, get a clear answer on where this administration stands relative to NATO, because it's been a very fuzzy message over the last year. And do you agree that we're stronger in confronting China when we do so with like-minded partners, and that China is still the number one threat that we face in the United States?
Yeah, but our like-minded partners have to have capability. And that's been part of the problem, is the erosion in European defense capabilities, because they've taken vast amount of the monies that these are rich countries. And because of the NATO umbrella, they gave them the flexibility to spend a tremendous amount of their revenues on social programs and not on defense. Now, maybe that trend line will begin to change.
Well, it's already begun to change, frankly, and thanks. And I think the president deserves credit for that.
Yeah, but look, should it change in the point where either everybody can afford universal health care or nobody? Because I mean, if we all paid the same for our military, trust me, like that universal health care in your favorite country is gone. Well, European country.
It's almost as if the United States has just decided that we're not going to give everybody free health care by way of making everything else that runs their country and keeps their country afloat and keeps their country safe is done at a discounted rate. If you can afford universal health care, you can afford to defend your country, which is what the nation, or which is what a country's responsibility is to its citizens, not to give them free fucking Botox.
Yep. And it is a bit unfair. It's like, so, and here's the thing, it's like we do it for people who really don't like us at all whatsoever. Actually, they talk shit about the fact that we do provide for their health care. So why do you think the American people stop doing it? Especially, since, every time we don't pull up to a foreign country, we're not called Daddy American. I mean, we're out here providing health care. I feel like we deserve some respect.
Yeah. Our people would like free health care.
And if not, I would like global respect since we paying for y'all health care.
That there is now a commitment for 5% of GDP to be spent on defense. But part of that strength also comes not just from having the mechanism, the military might, but it also comes from the unity with our allies. And to the extent to which that unity is undermined, like the talk about Greenland and antagonizing Denmark, then it undermines NATO's ability. And the only people who are excited about that are Vladimir Putin and President Xi.
Yeah. Well, I would say.
So once again, you're crying about, okay, well, because we took Venezuela, then that means what? Russia's going to take Ukraine, which they're already doing, by the way, and which you guys are failing to handle. But for some reason, you guys diverted attention to Greenland, but we thought Ukraine was y'all problem. And then, hold on, you're tripping on us about us hemisphere tripping, but you guys were just crying over a territory that's not yours. Not yours. But you're over here tripping about territory that we want in our hemisphere.
We've been trying to get Greenland since the 1800s, for the record.
Monty, like I said, bro, as soon as we start set tripping, we tripping, bro. Makes no sense.
That I think our alliances in NATO ultimately are something that's going to work out. Our partners understand.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says it's what happens when a president is it's what happens when a businessman is president. And ain't that the truth? He makes smart business moves. Let's see here. She says, she says, broadening and full on treason is what they are great at. Oh, wow.
Bordering on, not broadening.
Bordering and full on treason is what they are great at. Well, remember this edition 6 or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
That was
Mark Kelly.
Yep. And it was pretty much saying, what you mean? We weren't trying to provoke them or inform them that they should just disobey laws or entice them to. It's like, I'm be real with you. That's kind of what y'all did. Y'all kind of sat there and said, ignore your higher ups. Ignore the structure of what the military goes.
Remember, murder is illegal, Set.
I mean, yeah.
Like that, because that was the argument. That was the argument that Democrats made. Is like, oh, well, yeah, ignoring unlawful orders is their thing. Yet, why are you saying that? I don't think Set's going out to murder, so why would I tell Set that murdering people is illegal? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like, on its face, sure, yeah, you have a responsibility to ignore unlawful orders. Why are you saying that? We know that. We're informed of that every time we reaffirm our enlistment. Why is that now a thing? Oh, is it because you're trying to insinuate that Trump is giving unlawful orders? Okay, what order has he given that's unlawful? Oh, none? So why are you trying to cause a mutiny?
Yeah, they was never able to answer that question. Like I said, it's like, what lawful order? If you're going to sit there and say it, then please have an example, because if not, this does sound like sedition.
But importance of the U.S. presence in NATO. Without the U.S., there is no NATO. And we understand that in order for NATO to be stronger, our partners need to be stronger. And one of the things we've explained to our allies in NATO is the United States is not simply focused on Europe. We also have defense needs in the Western Hemisphere. We have defense needs in the Indo-Pacific. And it will require us. Right. We may be the richest country in the world, but we don't have unlimited resources. And as we reassign
exactly why we want to have allies and partners to help us as we're looking at conflicts
No
around the
one's
world.
saying we
And when we
don't.
antagonize our allies and partners, and when we send Canada to do a trade deal with China instead of coming to New Hampshire or the United States, it weakens our ability to confront our adversaries.
Yeah, but our allies have to be two things. They have to be willing to step up, but they also have to be capable of stepping up. And frankly, many of them have not. I mean, Spain is still not doing the 5%. I mean, there are countries that are still not doing. And in fact, Mark Rutte yesterday pointed out that if without the United States, the countries of Europe would have to spend 10% of their GDP for the next 20 years to be able to make up the whole. So I do think there needs to be a rebalancing, and hopefully we'll have cooperation. I think we will. Rutte has done a great job of managing all.
And I'm not arguing that point with you. As I said, I agree with what the president has asked of our European allies. What I'm arguing with you about is that his rhetoric is undermining NATO and our partnerships with our allies, and that's a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Ricketts.
He said after that meeting, we're talking to her and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maybe we can do that. We'll set the terms for this Nobel Prize winner having a leadership role. Last question is this. You talked about the speech in Davos. Here's something the president said in Davos. I'm helping NATO until the last few days. When I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They're not here for us.
Oh, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. Trump is a moron. Well, then, all right. I like where he's coming from with this. He says, and shout out to lunatic libertarian. He says, rich how? 40 trillion in debt and borrowing every day. Hold on now. 38 trillion, not too much of a difference, but 2 trillion sometimes do make a difference when we talk about trillions of dollars. But no, you're right. He's right. We are basically at $40 trillion in debt. So to call us a rich nation, well, I mean, in comparison to other guys, well, what can I say? What, we're the cleanest shirt in a dirty hamper?
No, so that's a very knowing anything about economics and saying that, oh, we're $40 trillion in debt. This is the fucking pinnacle of horrificness. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? The entire world's economy is built on debt owed to everybody else. Nobody. We talk about our $40 trillion in debt. Do you talk about the $31 trillion GDP that we move a year? Like think about it this way. When you owe $100,000 on your house and you make $80,000 a year, you're not exactly poor.
Now, oh yeah, and Tove, I went ahead and opened up the call-in line, so you can go ahead and go to the main page. You'll see it in the post tab.
But like, I hate people that, oh, we're $40 trillion in debt and we're spending money every single day. Yeah, who do you think we owe that debt to?
Shoot, and lunatic libertarian, why don't you come up? Because I would actually love to hear your position on this.
I think that would actually be a good discussion with actual productive conversation instead of Trump's a dictator. But it is, who do you think we owe that debt to, and why do you think we're making the moves that we're making? If you devalue our currency, drop interest rates, refinance our debt, yeah, sure, you're going to get $40 trillion in monopoly money.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's flipping the whole financial system, our financial system, on his head and kind of reorganizing it. Because, like I said, you're right. We were pretty much we're running on debt, on foreign bought debt.
Yes, and that's not good. That I agree with that point. That's not good. However, weaken the bond markets. Like it's like saying, I'm $100 in debt, and the lunatic libertarian owes me $100, and the debt that I owe you $100 set, and you own the lunatic libertarian $100. So you give the lunatic libertarian his $100, he gives me the $100 he owes me, and I give you the $100 I owe you.
But all right, now a shout out to lunatic libertarian says, let me on stage, I'll tell you. All right, no problem. But all right, now let's go ahead and let in Tove and gaming. So far, these guys are in the backstage.
Hop on up here, libertarian.
What's up, boy?
And you're already echoing.
It's my damn headphones. Give me a second. I gotta turn them off.
Got you. All righty, but in the meantime, though, let's go ahead and wait for our lunatic libertarian.
Iceland.
up,
That I can
sluts?
tell you. Our stock
Except for
market took
Tove.
the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland has already cost us a lot of money. President repeatedly
Pause.
mistook
Did you say
Iceland.
Iceland?
Pause. Yes, he did. Pause. I don't care that he mistook Greenland for Iceland. Fucking President Obama said that there were 57 states in the United States. I don't want to hear it.
Bro, no. Why
There's presidents that misstep and misspeak all the time. And if you're going to harp on that, then you're just you're reaching.
Cost us a lot of money. President repeatedly mistook Iceland for Greenland, right? We're not mad at Iceland. They haven't cost us any money. The president just mistook the two countries for each other, correct?
Yeah, he meant to say Greenland, but I think we're all familiar with presidents that have verbal stumbles.
Yep.
We've had presidents like that before. Some made a lot more than this one.
Nice try. Thanks. All right. Thank you. I thought he did well.
Why he took his glasses off? Hey, man, I pissed him off.
We've had presidents like that before. Some made a lot more than this one.
Nice try. Thanks. All right. Thank you. I thought he did well. Let's see. We got Senator.
Do you know how easy it is to mistake?
Yo, one mic at a time, guys. Come on. Let's go. All right, Tove, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, do you know how easy it is to mistake Greenland and Iceland? Iceland is more green than Greenland, and Greenland's more ice.
It was
if I
done
remember
that way
correctly.
on purpose.
Yeah.
It was the
Yes.
Vikings or whatever called Greenland so that all of their conquerors and stuff would go to the ice forsaken country and call Iceland the Iceland Greenland, or sorry, the other way around. The country with all the ice is called Greenland, and the country with all the green is called Iceland, and they did that on purpose.
Yes.
To mistake any attackers.
Yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is that it's so many people mix them up all the time. So for a president to do it when normal people do it on a regular basis is a little, for him to get upset about that or freak out about that is just a little disingenuous.
Oh, yeah, you're being too critical.
It's funny. He fucked up. He misspoke.
So I did have something that I wanted to say before you start the video. I find it kind of hilarious that the media is like overemphasizing Trump's name, like he was a part of it and he did everything, as if he wasn't a whistleblower and basically a rat for the FBI.
Yeah. He's been a Fed since the 60s.
Like, I need people. I really wish.
Or 70s.
I mean, if it wouldn't jeopardize his entire family's livelihood more than it already has, I need for people to like really look into that.
I can tell you right now, because everybody likes to talk about the casinos and everything. The casinos were not a long-term business plan. They were literally started to help the feds track mafia, and gang laundering money. And Trump Tower was also used to help with tracking mafia, to help the feds track the mafia. That was his involvement, quote unquote, with the mafia and the mob and gangs and what have you, as he let them use Trump Tower so the feds could spy on them, basically.
No, Tove, you're wrong, Tove. I'm not going to do any research into that, but I'm just going to tell you you're wrong, because I heard that Trump just bankrupted a bunch of casinos and he's a mob boss. I'm going to believe that.
I'm weak. But all right, now, let's go ahead and get into this conversation, man. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing very well. How about yourself? How's everybody on the panel?
Doing good.
Good to see you.
Now, bro, please explain your argument.
Centralized banking systems and purchase order and the credit system. Where do you want to start? We can start by the Federal Reserve, all the way to where we are now, or we can start even before then.
So the Federal Reserve is unconstitutional. I think you and I are going to agree on
you
that.
win the argument on that one. If it,
No. Okay, so we agree that we agree that the monetary currency that we currently operate off of is unconstitutional. We agree that the system is corrupt. We agree that operating within that system is a choice, and as
Not
individuals,
necessarily.
Hold
I
on.
just think. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
10 seconds. But
Yeah.
yet again, we can circumvent this system like everybody does every single day, right? Everybody that operates in the United States, I think, circumvents the monetary system in one form or another every single day. If we were to unite our abilities and stop operating under the control of the central bank, I think then maybe we can find some common ground as far as how our society operates. But because it's so corrupt and it manipulates everybody to still operate in corruption, I, you know,
So
because
with
because it's
what
programmed. How do you get out of it?
So I'm assuming you're talking about bartering is the way you circumvent the dollar, right?
It's in portion, yes.
So what you're I mean, I understand the premise, and that works in small communities. That does not work on an international scale. It doesn't. There may be examples of it, like we trade oil for chips or whatever. Like you can do stuff like that, but it's all based in a dollar. The value is assessed based off of dollars. This $10 thing is worth $10, and I'll give you three of them for your thing that's worth $30. So it's even when you're bartering, you still have the basis of value in your head, and the basis of value has to be tied to something. So even when you are bartering, we live in the 21st century, not the 1800s, where we don't have as intertangled economies as we do now.
I don't disagree with you on that point. I think that the only thing that I would disagree is the evaluation of value. So
Yeah.
and we're probably going to agree most of the time on this. So I'm going to go on give me about 120 seconds.
All right.
All right.
When we talk about the value, right, of a person's labor, right, which most socialists come from, or the value of a product, which if we're supplementing circumvention of regulation of our own country and then delegating it to another country, this is where we like our low purchase price, but yet again, we're still pissed off that the quality of the product is still shit.
Yep.
So get rid of regulation. Well, people are like, oh, well, you're going to kill the fucking earth. Not really. You're killing the
Not really,
earth.
yeah.
You're killing the earth where you can't see it. But yet again, because you want to live in this, well, we control the world and I'm Big Daddy. And if you're not going to trade with me, I'll just send my military in and fuck you over and we'll take all your shit anyway. It's not a cooperation. It's more of a dictatorship, right?
Yeah, I get that.
I don't want.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I don't want the devaluation of other human existence devalued as I want my current abundance and convenience taken away from me because now I have self accountability. And I think self accountability is never in the equation when we talk about money.
True.
So in order to live in, that's why I'm saying that our currency needs to be devalued, and that if Trump is trying to devalue the currency, then that's going to your point. We just agreed that on a global scale, you have to have a unit of measurement for value, and it has to pretty much correlate across the board that your labor's worth this. It shouldn't. I agree with you that it shouldn't be worth less in another country just because they don't have a military to defend themselves. But that's not how the world works. Unfortunately, it's not. And like you can agree, me, you, Tove Gaming, and Set, that it's a good idea to circumvent the value of things. But try convincing 7.5 billion people that we can't even get people to agree that the Earth is round.
Right.
Well, I would take aeronautical
That's a
aviation
lie.
into that
That's a
argument.
lie. It's flat. We all know it's flat.
I
Stop
thought
being
we
Well,
pretty.
brainwashed.
hold on, hold
All right,
on,
all
hold
right,
on,
hold
hold on,
on.
hold on,
We
hold on.
can't get people to agree on what a woman is. Okay, let's not talk about the Earth is flat.
Right. Well, I would take into certain observations of replicated science and then bring an argument from there. But according to this debate, as far as the monetary system, we understand that our current currency is not what it is as its representation. We understand that we tax, but then we don't tax enough, and we give tax return. We we we
Yep.
we 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 spend in ridiculous amounts of money on nonsense, and yet again will borrow to spend for this ridiculous nonsense just
While giving
because.
tax return.
Well, right, it's the system that we operate is absolutely an illusion. So if you look at
Absolutely.
fractional currency,
That's the hold on. Let me interrupt you. That is the basis behind fiat currency. You're absolutely right. You're like economists have argued this since we even considered, not using the bartering system. That has been the understanding is like I am giving you something that we both believe is worth the value of our labor. We both believe is worth the value of our goods, and that's the reason it works. If you break that illusion, then yeah, you what do you have to go back to? Not everybody can be represent their wealth in goats. Not everybody can represent their wealth in actual things because the amount of storage you would need just to hold your wealth dictates that you'd have to have another form of wealth, which is land. So it
no.
is
But you're. I think that a little bit being, and I'm not trying to go to or be insulting. It's a little disingenuous because everybody every day trades their labor, regardless if it's skilled or unskilled. Their
you trade your
labor,
labor
their
to get
time.
dollars.
Well, not necessarily. The time that you spend in a day, right? What is the
hmm
value of an hour to a family man versus a single man versus a mother versus a non-mother, right? So
Exactly. Yes.
the
I like where
definition
you're
of
going
the
with this.
so the definition of things are not necessarily universal to everybody's interpretation.
Right.
So when we talk about what is the value of someone who's a family man's time versus someone who is just a single individual that hasn't reproduced or anything like that, it becomes conflated when we talk about economics as far as political numbers because you
hmm
can't put an evaluation on holding a sick child when you have the opportunity instead of working. So, yet again, where is the moral value versus intrinsic value versus economic value? So, I think that I don't want this conversation to get disingenuous to say that we're only strictly talking about the hardcore numbers of this evaluation because, yet again, most feminists come from the standpoint that a mother at home doesn't get intrinsic return of monetary value for what they return in a household as far as
Right,
their
right.
labor.
But the only way we can measure value is one with our choices, the choice of the mother to give up intrinsic value for moral and time with her kids. That I understand where you're going with this, but we only measure one of them. So you cannot measure opinions because opinions are not based on fact, and that's what that's what a moral value is an opinion. I think that it's worth more than money for me to sit at home. There may be a person out there that disagrees with that. I'm going to go make money, and like when you get into that, I just talked about people can't even agree that the earth is round. You definitely can't agree or have large parts of the population that'll agree on that. The only thing that we can put a value to intrinsically is a currency used to just move the abacus around. So I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't really factor in. It's not disingenuous to say we can't count that because it doesn't matter. You choose to be in the economy or you choose not to be in the economy. That's the decision you get to make. Do you want to be in it
Okay.
or do you?
Okay, I agree with that. But yet again, if I choose not to participate in the economy and work the 9 to 5, right? I own my
Yeah.
own business, and then I
Yeah.
homeschool my own children. They don't participate in government systems as far as their training and knowledge,
Yeah.
their basis of how they operate from day to day life. They don't have the interactions that are socially negative according to the demographics that are measured today. I
Yeah.
think that we all can make a choice that I don't want to buy GMO food because I'll grow it in my backyard. I'd
Absolutely.
rather take a fine, and I think I've represented it on this platform before, that I've been fined $187 a day because of a noise ordinance because
Oh,
I owned a rooster in my town.
oh my
Now,
God.
this accumulation of fines, right, for
Hmm.
participating in this neighborhood or this village, right? I can choose which township or village or
Yep.
city or state I live in, right? Because
Yes.
of the legislation that is in place or the town or city ordinances. But how many people actually read any of that? How many people are just participating just because they were told to? And I'm trying to get past that idea that, well, because we exist, there is these things that I am intrinsically, inherited to. It's kind of ridiculous, right?
So
People don't
unless you can go
10
and conquer.
give me 15 seconds and I'll let you go.
All right.
The thing is that when we talk about our responsibilities and our accountability, they're never brought into these debates. There's always the debate of what somebody else is going to do for them instead of what you're going to do for yourself. I inherently look in the mirror every day of my responsibilities rather than looking outside into the world.
Okay. So to the first point that you made, we're just inherently in this system because we were born into it. We don't live on a planet. This starts getting into space now. We don't live on a planet where there's any spot in the world that's not owned by somebody else. So if you want to have a different if you don't want to be subjugated to that, then we are a government of the people, by the people, for the people, with the consent of the governed. Now, that people will take that and be like, I didn't consent to that. Well, you consented when you said, I'm going to stay in America. You consented when you said, I'm going to go here. You consented when you made the choice to go do that, or
That's actually
continue to.
not true. That's actually not true.
Okay, what other option do you have?
Because if you were to look at diplomatic immunity as the one example that you can reside in this country and not abide by any laws of this country, would you
But
agree
we're
in
not
that?
we're not all. But diplomatic immunity comes from another country, another sovereignty. You don't have sovereignty in a country. You cannot have individual sovereignty. You can't just say, oh, I'm not going to participate in this. Why? Because honestly, the ground that you're standing on saying that is somebody else's ground, even if you own it.
That's actually not true. Because if you look at whether you're titled as a non-resident alien, a resident alien, a citizen, a foreign diplomat, all of these titles are granted upon the population depending on who's participating upon their knowledge base, right? So if I wanted to be a non-resident alien because I have heritage, because we're a melting pot in another country, I could actually reside in the United States as a non-resident alien. That's actually part of the tax code, and it's also part of U.S. code. So technically, you're really incorrect because there are people out here that renounce their U.S. citizenship, even though they were born here, abide by the alliance to a foreign nation, get a foreign passport, and then run their paperwork unlike a U.S. citizen. And it's advertised
So
online
when
as
you say
sovereign citizen and all that. But yet again,
Oh,
10
that's
seconds,
not real, but
10
that's
seconds,
complete.
10 seconds, 10 seconds. I never said they were sovereign citizens. I use non-resident alien, resident alien, non-citizen, citizen. Go to the U.S. code, and all of those titles are completely acceptable to be in the United States.
Absolutely, but they're as applied to the circumstances. If you're a United States citizen, you don't get to go into a different class when it suits you. And go ahead and try using the sovereign citizenship to any governing entity in which you reside. They'll laugh at you because
I didn't use the term sovereign citizen for a reason. I don't want us to get disrupted by that language.
Yeah.
I used non-resident alien, resident alien,
But
diplomat, and
a non-resident alien is somebody that is from a different country, i.e. another place where they have different rules and different laws, but they are applied in this situation. You are not a non-resident alien if you're born in this country. You are an American citizen.
it depends on. So if you're Amish, right, you don't go by the birth certificate. You use a certificate of live birth, which goes through the family Bible. Yet again, we have to understand how the systems are operating and the language that they use. I encourage everybody to go learn Latin, in which, if you go back through the language of the U.S. Code, most of it's written in Latin. So go back to that, and then start extrapolating through the timeline from when it was originated to now of how that is now applied to the population.
Right, but that it's applied in different ways because again, the very construct of our country is so that the founding documents can be living, breathing documents and change with the times. Not because it meant one thing at this point, now we've moved the goalposts. No, that is the flexibility in which the country was founded upon, so that later on, when we get 350 million people in the country, you're not going to have people that all want to decide that, you know what, I'm not going to pay taxes because I want to live like the Amish. The Amish have a very long historical precedent of being that way and have been granted that thing. If you want to go join the Amish, you can go join the Amish. But
well, they're a sovereign nation, just like if you want to talk about the Moors or anything like that, they're a sovereign nation within the United States. And if you think that doesn't exist, it's actually a falsehood. And and I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying that if people think that you can be a part of a foreign nation in the United States and it's illegal, that's absolutely false.
Right,
it's
but
absolutely false.
that's not what I'm saying.
You can
That's
completely
not what I'm
operate.
saying. Let me
As a foreign
clarify.
nation in the United States, depending on the declaration of which titles you choose.
Okay, so that really does not matter in the case that you're making, because even foreign nations, Indian nations, the Amish people, the Mennonites, they all are still subject to United States laws as it applies in their situation. So a Native American, if a Native American goes and is a part of a Native American nation and goes and kills the United States citizen, there's still going to be consequences. Not just, you know what, we don't recognize that, so it's not a crime, and they would lose their nationship immediately if they did that. So there is some.
Well, you're using hold on, you're using a conquered domestic nationality, right? I would say that we've had proven incidents recently. If you were a part of a foreign nation, let's say it starts with an I, and you commit a sex crime, you are not extradited from said country after. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. You are already in custody, and they let you go to a foreign nation. I'm sorry, but you're using a domestic nation in native
Again,
people. So
that's what we're talking about. We are domestic citizens of this country. We're not in that category. So you can't compare it because we don't apply to that. That's why I said you cannot just say I'm not a United States citizen and I'm going to go use the privileges of resident alien and still try to retain the privileges of a United States citizen. I'm assuming you own firearms. Non-resident aliens aren't allowed to own firearms.
I'm a felon, and no, I do not own firearms. And I'm a felon because you can CCAT me, and the lunatic libertarian is attached to my government name. You can go look it up.
Just go ahead and say you lost your firearms in a boating accident.
Well, I neither can confirm or deny anything that is in my possession, right? So,
I like that. I like that. That's smart.
I like that.
But yet again, I'm a Navy veteran and I've been trained to be silent, so firearms are never going to be my first go-to.
Anyway,
Same
but
here.
my point is,
Right. Anyway,
if you
the
want
thing
to
is
live a
that.
life,
But hold on. I'm trying to address your question. So when I say that if you are born here, right, that doesn't matter when you are a descendant of an immigrant, right? You can abide by your First Nation, or you can assimilate to the nation in which you were born in and abide by their systems. And that's all I'm saying is that most Americans don't know how the systems actually operate. And then when they see people operating outside of those systems, they give them stigmas like the sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen because you're not doing trade with any nations. That's what makes that ridiculous. But you can be an individual from a foreign nation that renounced your U.S. citizenship to say that you are a part of that nation. And I think that you see a lot of people that are from the Moors and that don't agree with Israel right now that are saying you don't need dual citizenship. You can renounce your citizenship and be full Israelite. Then come to me from that perspective, but don't trade sides and still rely on the money, right?
but that's what people that use that argument, and we this conversation devolved from money, and that's what I was trying to say this entire time. There is not one person on this planet in this day and age that can live completely outside of the bounds of anybody. So you can do all the non-GMO farming you want. You're still going to need equipment. You're not a blacksmith, a woodworker, a metal fabricator, a
I
farmer.
actually am all of the above. I'm actually all of the above.
So did you create the phone that in which you're talking to us on?
No, but I understand the actual technology behind it. If you want to go through the capacitors and the signal
Okay, so
path,
you're a
No.
unicorn.
Stop,
that's
stop, stop,
fine.
stop, stop. Just by the fact that you're talking to us right now, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you did not create your own phone to talk to us right now. You must, in
But
this
I
day and
don't.
age.
Hold on. But yet again, what did the FCC do to all radio operators that existed
Thank you.
prior to
I'm glad you brought that
1990?
up. They don't
So,
they own the airwaves because you don't
well, that's what
own
I
like the.
mean. But there are people that do not participate in the regulation of themselves. You do understand that, right? And this should be part of the argument is that there are people that do not allow the state to regulate them. There
Yep.
are people that do that every day.
And when they are found to be in violation of laws passed by the state, i.e., the people, then they are punished for that. It's not.
Not necessarily, because you also have to account for billionaires and billionaires.
Well,
Banks
I'm not
are
talking about I'm not talking about billionaires. Like, try to stay on
They're the
topic for me.
people. No, they're the people.
They're the people. And I know because I own a
Yep.
business and it's a standalone person. Technically, I could vote on behalf of the business and then turn around
No,
and vote
you
for myself.
cannot. No, you cannot. A business is an entity. An entity does not have rights, which is
It
why a business
depends
can
on
be
which
gone after.
state you're in.
It depends on which.
You
Yeah, I was
gotta
getting ready to say that.
you gotta read the local legislation, bro. It is not the same
Yeah.
universally across the board.
Because in some states, especially California, businesses count as people and they get assigned their own electoral vote. Not electoral vote, but what is it? Primary.
Let's see.
And all right,
Like,
guys, if I could just go ahead and get to the super chat. Shout out to our guy Wesley. He says, shit like this really, really pissed me off. What new law firm are we trying to open here? I would say stop peeing in your own butt and be American. I have never heard that last one before, but okay, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like it, we're
Okay,
doing
so
mental gymnastics. We're doing mental gymnastics for someone to say they don't like. You're doing mental gymnastics to sit here and try to tell me that I don't understand how the world works, and it doesn't. It really doesn't matter what your interpretation of the Latin in the U.S. code is. It really doesn't. We work in a system in which we go by norms and we go by what's socially acceptable. and what's not
Okay.
socially acceptable.
No, I don't think we do, because it's socially acceptable if you're gang affiliated to go out and kill people. It's not socially acceptable to be politically affiliated and go out and kill people. I'm sorry, but that is not a valid argument. We can
It's not
go
socially
into what's
acceptable to kill anybody
social.
anyway. No, 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 no,
Yes,
no,
it
no,
is.
no. Since
Yes, it
when has it
is.
been?
Are
Because
you
you're
kidding
part of a
me?
gang, the society just says, you know what, they're a
Yes.
part of a gang. We're not going to prosecute them.
I wouldn't know. What he's saying is it's more it's more of a oh well, not I don't want to say oh well, but it's more of an expected to be a gang member and go and kill someone than it is to
Just
be
because we
affiliated with a
understand that gangs are
political.
violent, no. Just because we understand that gangs are violent does not mean we socially accept it.
No, I'm not saying that it's expected, not accepted. Expected. It's more expected that someone who
But we're
is
talking about
affiliated
socially
with a gang.
Oh
acceptable,
no,
not acceptable.
it's absolutely socially acceptable to be a gang member, not snitch on your homies, and be a murderer.
Yeah,
That is absolutely socially acceptable in today's day and age
it
in
is.
2026.
It's so socially acceptable they make rap music about how they kill their ops.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, so now I don't care that the fabric of society is degrading. We still do have laws and we still do prosecute those people
No,
and use
we
those.
counteracted what you said, socially acceptable. Now you're changing the goalpost. No, I exactly said socially
I don't.
acceptable is it's promoted through an entity socially accepted, which is music, to say I'm a gang member, I'm not snitching on my homies, and I like to kill my enemies. That is absolutely socially acceptable. It's been socially acceptable since the mid 90s. And I'm sorry, but I grew up in that
But
genre
talking
after
about
the crack
something and
era.
actually doing things are
Same.
You
treated
can hear his
differently.
hood coming out, man. Go ahead, talk your shit.
No, stop. You guys are fucking muddying the argument for no reason. You can talk about killing
We
people.
can
You
go
have
back to the monetary system, and I really would like to get back to the operation of central banking.
like, I mean, if every single thing is going to be twisted and saying, oh, you know, it's socially acceptable to kill people. No, the fuck it's not. People can talk about it all day long. That's a socially
It's
acceptable.
absolutely socially acceptable, because even if you're a gang member, or not even a gang member, you're just somebody that went to prison, whether it be in California where racial demographics are very prominent and you have to be protected. You can say that, oh, yeah, well, you know, I had to go shank somebody. Well, that's acceptable socially. So, which demographic do you want to talk about? And I don't even want to get into that because it devolves away from central banking. I do want to get back to central banking.
I just like what I'm saying is if you're going to try to pick apart every argument with completely nuanced and out of the realm of the conversation ideas, then you can never have a conversation with somebody that like that's how the conversation is going to devolve. It doesn't matter what you think is socially acceptable. There is a standard of conduct for people. And
According to which group? Hold on. According to which group? Because
according to
now
the people of the
you
country
hold
that
on.
we
No, no, no,
live
no,
in.
no, 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 no,
No. You
no.
asked me a question. Let me answer it. You asked me a
No, hold
question.
on a second. Hold on. Because there are labels, titles, and categories acceptable amongst many groups. So if you're a street dude, a YN, your acceptable accountability is
We're not
absolutely
talking
different
about
than
the
some.
street groups.
Yes,
We're
you
talking about
are.
the
Yes,
country.
you are.
No, I'm not. You can't tell me what I'm talking about. So, okay, so you asked me a question. Let me answer it and stop going off on this tangent about stupid shit. It's not socially acceptable as according to the laws that we have passed as a nation, i.e., all of society in this nation have passed these laws. I don't care if you want to break away from the nation. You don't get to do that. You don't get to break away from societal norms. When there's a gangster up on trial for murdering somebody, we don't find it socially acceptable. Oh, they were in a gang, so let's acquit them. That's not socially acceptable. That doesn't. That's completely ridiculous to try to split hairs on that topic just to technically be right.
But all right, then. I guess that we can go ahead and move on from that conversation. And if we want to return to centralized banking, and now if I can just remember the prompt, what was it? Now, was it centralized banking? It's failed,
Can we
bad?
take a quick break real quick? I sent you a PDF on the situation that happened with Don Lemon, like the actual court file. You want to take a look at it? Buddy's getting charged. He getting big boy time.
Yep.
Oh, Don?
Don Lemon getting big boy time. They gave him 2 felonies. They gave him 2.
Well, actually, I do have a video lined up, but I'll probably play it tomorrow.
I mean, that's
getting around that time.
That's a perfect good example of that. It is socially acceptable for Don Lemon's circle to go into a church, but it's not socially acceptable as a nation, and that's why we have laws in place. And if there's a discrepancy, we prosecute people. If you obviously someone that did something thought it was okay to do it, that doesn't by going down that logic, you basically excuse every crime because everybody found it socially acceptable when they did it.
But hold on, there is not universal justice to all criminals, according to the criminal code. So I don't want to even hear that argument, and I'm sorry, but I don't. If you want to do conduct to the criminal code for the precedence of everything that is actually laid out in it, we can go step for step in the criminal code. I have no problem. But yet again, as a felon from the state of Wisconsin, if you look at the Wisconsin state legislature, okay, and you look up the definition of a firearm, right, which I am no longer supposed to legally possess, there is no legal definition. You can go to Cornwell
There is
law.
a federal one. There's a federal definition.
I didn't say federal. There is a state definition because the state is not. Hold on a second. You like to interrupt people a lot. No, you like to interrupt people a lot in the middle of their thought.
You're making invalid points. I'm not gonna.
I am telling you that the state of Wisconsin does not have a definition for a firearm. They have removed it from their legislation. So if you want to go look it up, please do. If you don't, then more power to you. The thing is that when we talk about state versus federal, they are absolutely separate. Not everything is a federal case. Not everything is a county case. It may be just a township or ordinance violation of a fucking deal that's in what you want to participate in by just living there. The thing is that you don't have to participate in everything, and you shouldn't force anybody by the rule of a gun too. And that's where my libertarianism comes in. Is like, you can point a gun at me, that's fine. But go look at my charges. I tell all the cops to go fuck themselves. So if anybody in a uniform wants to show up, it's cool. But yet again, it's different when you meet a motherfucker that oh yeah, I'm from the hood. I'm from some shit that you don't want to see. I'm from the United States Navy that was trained in not all this woke shit. So yet again, it depends on the individual and the response of that individual. Yet again, I'm not going to blame one side or the other because there are choices being made. A lot of the shit that's being talked about in the media now is because choices were made, but yet again, everybody's like, well, those choices were predetermined because it's a law, or it's predetermined because, I want to be woke.
Okay, are you done? I don't want to interrupt you again, but you seem to monologue when someone doesn't push back on you. So when there's no law on the state books, it defaults to what the federal law is. So if there's no law defining what a firearm is, that doesn't mean you're allowed to own firearms because they haven't defined it. It is federally illegal for felons to be in possession of firearms. So if the state doesn't want to handle it and it actually becomes a problem, then the federal government will step in. And you can say all day long, oh, the state's separate from the federal government, until the federal government wants to fucking step in. Like even there was pushback against Texas when they wanted to remove suppressors for Texas made suppressors against the NFA. The federal government still tried to step in. It was deemed to be unconstitutional that they stepped in, and that's why that precedent's been there. But
Yeah, but as a felon from Wisconsin, I can still go to Texas and go put a gun in my holster if I wanted to as an open carry Second Amendment state. That's the thing, is that when you want to bring
until a
up,
cop pulls up on you and you
so hold on. What I get from this argument right now is that you want the Fed to be Big Daddy, right? You don't want the states to actually make their own decisions according to their own demographics
it's
of
already
people.
been hashed out. This argument that you're trying to come up with has already been hashed out 250 years
When?
ago.
Okay, so
250 years ago.
okay, so what would they call it? Were they the Federalists? Were they the Constitutionalists? Which ones are you talking about? Because I've already done my research on all of this, bro. I've read the free papers of Thomas Paine. So I don't think you want to really get into this because they were all about being the individual and personal responsibility. That was the key point to all of them. Then the generalization was put into place. And Andrew Jackson was a person that shot I don't know how many fucking people during duels because they wanted to challenge him. So I don't want to really get into what could happen. The thing is that I'm not a person that comes from a position that I care about the policy enforcer coming to my door. You can go check the record. I don't give a shit. They can come to my door all they want.
I mean,
Yet
if that's
again,
something,
I
if you
understand.
decide that you don't
Hold
want to follow
on.
the law, then you have to deal
I'm
with
not
the consequences.
participating. Hold on. But the law is what? The law is what? So, it's under federal and state statute that you can't murder somebody. How many people break that law? How many people
And
break
they
the
get
law of
punished
holding?
for it. Again, there's consequences to
No,
your
they
actions.
don't. How many open cases are there?
Just because someone doesn't
How
know
many?
who did it doesn't mean they didn't get. They're
Get
not
the fuck
looking
out
for
of
it.
here, bro. I'm sorry, but there are people that do not participate in the system, absolutely know who did some shit, and they saying shit.
That doesn't fucking mean
Not saying
anything.
shit.
I mean, hold on
They're
now.
not
Unless they're like the
participating,
Shiite
homie.
cartel, bro. Hold on. Who are we talking about here? Not your average American citizen now.
Bro, and you are the exception
I
to the
jaywalked
rule.
last
You
Tuesday.
are the reason we have laws. Because no one wants to
Oh,
fucking
I'm the
listen to
reason I
anybody.
have laws.
The people that
I
have
don't
that
have to
opinion,
listen to you because I'm a free human being, bro. I don't have to listen to your law. If somebody goes out and fuck and rapes my sister, do you think I'm gonna listen to the law about executing some vengeance on that? No, my God dictates the vengeance on that shit, not your fucking law. I'm sorry, homie, that shit don't work.
okay. So
I
you want
think
to
we
live
need to agree to
in the
disagree on
days of the
this one.
Magna Carta where we just fucking be barbarians. Cool.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because remember what Mike Tyson said. There's a lot of people that got a lot to say until they get hit in their shit. There's a lot of people got a lot to say until they get hit in their shit.
Mike Tyson never said it. He said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. So
Yeah, they got a lot of shit to say in their plan until they get hit in their shit. So you got a plan, right? You're going to do something. You're going to execute this, that, and the other. But yet again, somebody's got better skill sets than you. Somebody got better fucking equipment than you.
So
That has been the whole operation of the military ever since day one. So I don't even understand why you don't understand that people don't operate in these systems, and that's why we have laws, because they don't want to operate in these systems. That's why they circumvent them every fucking day, bro. But yet again, somebody's going to dictate where my medicine comes from, right? But yet again, pharmaceutical companies kill how many Americans every fucking year? Yet again, there's no accountability there. Like, I'm sorry, but your arguments are a little obtuse when it comes to what happens to everyday people. Yet again, if you want to talk about people that circumvent these systems, they're everyday Americans because they don't want to fuck around and participate in them. So the law will find another way. And that happens
you're of the
every day,
opinion that it's
homie.
not illegal unless
I'm
you get
sure
caught. Got it.
it's not
Cool.
illegal unless you get caught. It's not.
God damn.
It doesn't say any person who gets caught doing this. It says any person who does X, Y, and Z is guilty of X, Y, and
And
Z.
how much shit is he? You know what's illegal? Go check your state statute. It might be illegal for your girl to be giving you sodomy by giving you a blowjob. I'm sorry, but go check it. You might be in a Christian state.
You don't. I mean, cool. Like what?
Oh, I'm sorry. You was in the military. The Uniform Code of Military Justice says that if you commit sodomy, that you are up to 6 months to a year in the brig. That's any sodomy. that is putting
Yes.
it in your girl's
Trust
butt,
me, I know
in
what the
her mouth,
UCMJ
or
says.
anywhere else. Okay then. But yet again, it's illegal. It's illegal until you get caught, right?
Wait, I
That's what
can't put
you're.
it in her
That's
butt.
bro.
I mean,
That's the opinion that you're taking. I'm taking. Maybe we should have some fucking ethics
You
and
can
morals about
actually
ourselves,
lose rank if a girl tells you, "Oh
bro.
well, I sucked his dick." Like both people can go to fucking the brig and lose rank. Like it's literally still
Are you
enforceable
done?
under
Are
the
you
Uniform
done?
Code of
Are
Military.
you done?
No,
Are
I'm
you
trying
done?
to get you to understand
You're not
that
going to get me to understand that we
your
should be
thought.
barbarians. You're not going to get me to understand
What
that.
is barbarian about being responsible for your own self and your own being?
Maybe if you're a part of something fucking bigger than yourself, maybe you should stop being so fucking selfish and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm
Oh,
the king
now I'm
of my
selfish
fucking
because
domain."
I want my peoples to be prosperous.
Who is
But
your
yet again,
peoples beside you?
if my peoples is my family, homie, that's the whole demographic you disregard. And I'm supposed to be just about the community. It's not supposed to be about the
Didn't
people
say
that
it'd
I
be about the
actually
community,
created.
bro. So every right and privilege should be afforded to you, but nothing should be afforded to anybody else. Got it.
all right. He said he.
Wait, was that an actual drink or is that juice?
Oh yeah, because somebody said, "Oh, his dude sounds like
That
a
looks good.
drunk," and then we got Chase coming in here that says, "Lunatic that
All right,
makes you an
I need to try that.
anarchist and doesn't
He's an
change what you're
anarchist. He's not a
saying.
libertarian. He's
It
an
is
anarchist.
irrelevant." So wait, I mean, libertarian. Do you think you kind of hold any anarchist views a bit, like
Absolutely does.
Well, what's anarchist? Self-responsibility is supposed to be an anarchist ideal, right? Self-education is supposed to be an
Self-responsibility is
anarchist
an ideal amongst many
Well,
civilizations.
you kind
Come
of were
on,
preaching
man.
lawlessness.
That's what you're
Well,
doing.
what's lawlessness? What's lawlessness?
Anarchy.
Somebody. What is lawlessness? If somebody is coming to violate your home or steal your stuff or what product
Well,
you
that's
produce, right?
operating in
And
self-defense. You're right, but if
well,
you're
hold
out
on,
there
but that's
doing,
still within the law, right? But what creates the law? I
our
mean,
community,
if a
our
person is
government.
going to try and enforce their will against somebody else, right? The law that's already been pre-written says that, oh, well, it depends on what state you're in.
All right, hold on now.
Maybe we can do.
Let me hold on, let me ask this then. So, if you were in a smaller community and they had their laws, would you abide by it, or are you only doing this because of the sheer number of the government?
No, I live in a small community. My community is 2,300.
Okay, so then you abide by community
They
laws,
gave
right?
me a fine. They gave me a fine for having a rooster. Am I abiding by their laws? No, they're fining me because I'm not abiding by their laws.
No. You are abiding by their laws because you're paying the fine.
I didn't pay a fucking fine, asshole.
That's what
Do you want to see the fucking total?
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about the total of their fines. They can go fuck themselves.
Now,
hit a media break.
libertarian. Now, don't you kind of see where people will call you an anarchist since you don't abide by any laws, even the ones with.
Well, the thing is that what laws make sense? Stopping at the stop signs makes sense. But if my hens are getting attacked by the neighbor's dog, I think I want my rooster to be out to fuck up that dog if they're attacking my hens, right? And that's not any cop going to be like, oh, well, we saw a dog. It was loose. We immediately responded to make sure that dog made sure that your hens survived.
So you're picking and choosing
about?
which laws you see.
No, it's what can they enforce and what they can't. Are they going to enforce another individual taking the life of another individual? I don't think they've stopped that. How many have they stopped?
Bro, come on now. They stop murderers every day. Like, of course, there's people case go cold, but it's not like, but just because they get away, don't mean that, oh yeah, murder's legal now. It's all good. It's socially acceptable.
Hey man, King Vaughn was a very sociable murderer that was acceptable
socially. Let's be
socially.
honest though, he even did his time, and the only reason he got so lucky is because, well, a witness went missing. Doesn't mean that it was socially acceptable. It means that King Vaughn had pull. I mean, what the mafia was doing back in the 30s wasn't socially acceptable, but they had pull. So you're pretty much saying that might.
No, right, it was socially. No, hold on, no. It wasn't socially acceptable on the outside. It was socially acceptable in the community because everybody participated. You don't fuck with them,
No.
don't fuck with them.
No, what you're saying is
Hold
might
on,
is
hold
right
on, hold
because
on.
that's
You
what
don't
they
get to
had. The reason
dilate
why
the
people didn't hold
community.
them accountable is because they had might in their hood. So what you're saying is might makes right, which means you can't make any argument about what Americans do to other countries because might is right.
Yeah, that's true. We got the might. We got the most out of any of them.
But yet again, it's the reason that we have the might is according to the programming that we put into the population, and that's through government institution. Yet again, having a hood that has power, right, where the police can't even come down the street, right? They fuck around, they find out that they're fucking with the wrong neighborhood, right? The thing is that comes from the community. It doesn't come from anything else. It's still
But that's why we need
manipulated
the
in a
federal
certain
But
way
you
law
want
to
because
where
we would
everywhere to be a
these
no,
fucking
it's
people
hood.
would
still
be up and
community.
murdering
It's
these
just
people.
manipulated a fucked up way. It's still the community came together, says the police ain't coming in here. It's just thought of in a fucked up fashion.
I mean,
Fuck the
That's
people in the
it.
community that are being oppressed because you fucking decided without them that you were going to do something. Yeah, fuck
According
them.
to who though? According to
I
who
mean,
though?
bro, unless
Is
you're
it
about
the
to put a
demographics
Batman
of
in
that
every hood,
community?
like I don't know, unless you're about to put a Batman in every hood, it's a bit unreasonable.
The thing is that why does every hood have to be police? Is because you're eliminated from commerce because the pharmaceutical companies have the absolute
Yes,
dictatorship on trade. You don't
This
have
guy.
free markets.
This guy.
yes,
You
but that
have
hold on
access.
now. But
But
that
hold
doesn't
on, the government says I want to open a barber shop. I can't have it in my house. That's a
all
residential.
right.
I got to have it in this property. But yet again, now I got to have a license. Oh shit! Now I got to have insurance. Now I got to be bonded. Now I got to do this.
But
Congratulations. That's what comes with a fucking country, my dude. That's what comes with people because there's people like you that say, you know what?
Yep, and everybody agreed upon it.
I'm not gonna follow that rule that says, you know, you have to fucking stick your clippers into Barbasol so that you don't give people fucking lice. I'm not gonna follow that because I don't think that makes
and it's
sense.
and the degeneracy of the hygiene of the American population is all the way back to 1890.
Whoa, doesn't mean it's right. Whoa, dog. Come on
Fucking
now.
hell, dude.
I like showers. I
All
like
right.
showers.
We're gonna go ahead and end it on that one.
I like clean fucking water. I don't want people
Hold on for
pissing
a
in the fucking
second.
river.
Man, no. I don't
Hey,
wanna-
why doesn't anybody in your household have the skill set to actually cut your hair and groom themselves? You got to go to a professional. Oh shit!
Because we have,
Usually that shit was done in.
there is
Hey,
not.
I remember watching The Color Purple, and homie had to watch out for homegirl cutting his neck every time because shit, you got to shave that home. You didn't go to no barber. Didn't matter if you had a plantation or a farm or money. Your wife did the duty.
So you can do everything that could ever fucking need to be done, as proven by the fact that you can't build a phone to get on this fucking
Hold
site.
on.
Cool.
I absolutely can build a phone. I absolutely can build a phone.
What?
Do you want me to
Then
tell you exactly how the soldering and everything is done with capacitors?
And
I
you're
mean,
also
the
going to
shit
build
that
your
you're
own
saying is
network. You're
fucking
going to build your own
ridiculous.
internet.
You're
going to build your
mad
own
because
internet
I
to
shit
connect,
on your
right?
face, dog. You're mad. I shit on your face.
You didn't fucking make shit. You're not going to create anything to fucking connect that phone to anything. You're not going to create fucking signals that you fucking don't know.
What is a wired connection, homie? What is a radio frequency? How does it transmit?
And all right, gentlemen. We're gonna go ahead and have to call it a night on this one.
What?
Hopefully, we can get you
No.
guys up here on a more prompted debate. But
No.
Bro, it's never going to be a prompted debate with shit like that. We fucking start on one thing and he goes, oh, fucking, I can create a phone. No, the fuck you can't, dude. You didn't create the fucking internet. You're
Well,
not
I
fucking
did kind of want to.
self-reliant. People that say that I'm so self-reliant, I can fucking do anything on the fucking phone trying to argue their way of life. They didn't fucking invent 5G. They didn't invent fucking wired communication. They don't have the skill set to function in the world that we live in, but they want to pretend like they do.
And all right, now anybody else want to give their thoughts on that?
Well, I kind of wanted to stay on topic and hit that Don Lemon situation up.
Well, we'll have to go peek into that another time because we got like I got 5 minutes left. So, if you got any closing thoughts?
I was gonna say, I posted something to kind of help with a cool down in the comments there that I think all you guys wouldn't mind hearing. But
Yeah,
I was trying to put it into cool the argument down, honestly.
You're not going to cool the argument down with anarchists. They want total fucking anarchy. Like that is an immovable fucking point that he's going to stick to, and it's his right to fucking do so. But to sit here and say, "Oh, I have a problem with what Trump's doing," even though I don't even he wants to dilate his view on what a community is to fucking enjoy the rights to talk about the community, but then wants to fucking constrict it to say, "Oh, I can fucking act however I fucking want to." Fucking dude, pick an argument, pick a fucking problem, or just be depressed your entire fucking life. I don't fucking care.
That's not what I meant by cooling down the argument. Just kind of, I should say, breaking it up for a second.
And that was a dumb argument to fucking have. It was absolutely stupid, but it has to be had because fucking people will just go on and monologue for fucking hours if you let them.
So I'll end with this. There's an old biblical saying, do not cast your pearls before swine lest they trample the pearls and attack you. Basically, past a certain point, you have to stop giving advice or good tidbits to people who either refuse or don't want it, because all it's going to end up in is a situation like this.
Well, shoot. All I know is that was wild. I didn't expect bro to. Hey, I would still allow a libertarian back on, but hey, I didn't think he was gonna go on the lawless crusade like that. I was like, whoa, so no rules apply.
So I can kind of.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that, right? He says, "Oh, fuck." You say it's lawless. He's like, what are laws? You can't even, he wants to fucking serpent his way through the fucking conversation and talk about, oh, gang music exists. That means it's socially acceptable. No, the fuck it doesn't.
No. You know what, Jordan? You're right, Jordan. He might have been drunk. You know, he might come back and be like, my bad, guys. I had a couple in me. I was talking reckless. You never know.
Like nothing he's saying is technically wrong. He said it himself. Nothing he's saying is technically wrong. But who the fuck wants to live in a world like that? You can go fucking find your fucking Evolution Island and go live on that if that's how you want to live.
No,
the rest
Evolution Islands are
people.
Evolution Islands are sex rings, bro. You can't send them there.
You know, honestly, what I would like to say is something, and this is something my dad said a few years ago before he passed, was if things keep going the way they are now, we're going to end up having anarchy in the streets.
Yeah,
and
that's what
we're
trying
seeing
to avoid.
it now. Yeah, well, yeah, we can try and avoid it, but the way things are going and the way people are being allowed to do things, like in Minnesota, it's gonna, if we don't find a way to show that this is a one-off situation, this is not how it is in other states, like if they don't start proving that things are going well in other states and people start believing that this is what's going on in everyone that ICE shows up in, we're gonna we're gonna start towards actual anarchy in every blue state, or at least in every blue city that they're in.
I mean, but that again, that is a movement that should not be allowed to grow wings. Like,
yes, it is, but it you're right. It isn't a movement that should be allowed to grow wings, but it's starting to grow wings.
Oh, but all right,
because of opinions like that, where I can just fucking do whatever I want, the fucking be damned with the law. That is by design, and you're playing into it if you're like, oh, let's not go down that road. Like it the more you try to look away from something, the more it fucking becomes a problem.
But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it down. So I'll catch you guys on the next one, man. Hey, yo, appreciate you guys for coming up. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. And I wish I could, but I gotta head out.
Man, screw your job.
Double tap that screen.
Man, you didn't hear.
Don't worry, I got y'all next time.
Nah, you didn't hear what libertarians said, bro. Rules don't apply. Screw your job, Set.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck the personal accountability.
Whoa, hold on, man. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, y'all can't be disagreeing with the man and agree with him all of a sudden. That's how it works.
I'm mocking him. I disagree.
I know.
You know, I be joking. I'm here for the jokes, bro.
But no. That look, the funniest part about that debate was that the fact that liberal libertarian just went straight lawless. I did not expect that. I was like, whoa, I thought you was a libertarian, not an anarchist.
Yeah, he's using a socially acceptable term to weigh persuasion, and he really just means anarchist and fucking lawlessness. That's what he means
I
by
ain't got no
libertarian.
problem with that. We got anarchists. We got guest dude.
Yeah, I mean, cool.
But guess dude's chill.
It's
Yeah.
funny. It's funny how all these people that are anarchists have all been in the military and all subjugated themselves to the UCMJ.
Yo,
It's
yo,
I mean,
first
really,
of all,
you
what
know,
you
if you
trying to
get guest
say,
dude on that
Monty?
point on a certain argument, trust me, he can get like that as well. So
What you
I don't put too much blame on him. So I'll give him some grace. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and head it on this one, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel. Peace.
So it is very clear at this point, if there is going to be a third world war, China is going to be responsible for it because Jing Yuxia, who's their main general, was just arrested where he's being called a traitor against China and selling nuclear secrets.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth